Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. Our first reading giveaway is going to be a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other reading giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you're participating in that giveaway as well. Prior to beginning today's daily collective read, I will be giving a brief recap on what we've been seeing in the cards over the last few days. If you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. But before we begin, as always, first and foremost, most important question, how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. We've had a lot of energetic shifts that have happened this week. For specifically, we've had Mercury that has moved into Sagittarius. We've got 3 different planets that are in Sag right now during Sag season. We've also had both Neptune and Saturn move out of retrograde. I'm going to tell you right now, we were talking about it yesterday. This can create a lot of feelings of volatility, particularly in the realms of feelings and particularly in relationality to time. One of the things that we need to kind of work through right now, and I've been talking about this, is the positive of this experience that we're going through right now is the fact that we've been coming out of that prolonged retrograde cycle. The thing about it is the order through which the planets are effectively coming out of it. It feels discombobulated. You know, the identification point of having Saturn come out first, then Neptune, then Mercury. It's often the feelings of working through, and I'm going to tell you right now, something that I've also been picking up on, which is really interesting, is the fact that even though we're not going through a Venus retrograde, Venus and Mars in such close proximity in Sagittarius can feel a lot like one. So we've got these modalities or these experiences that may be feeling like, and again, coming out of that Gemini full moon energy, those modalities or those experiences where there may be a lot of that tendency or that weight of coming into the space or the inclination of wanting to compare yourself to things, right? We've got that Gemini energy in Sagittarius. We're being frustrated by your own progress and relationality to circumstances or situations. But I'm going to keep on saying this again. Being able to navigate things with a sense of proportionality, taking things one step at a time, not getting ahead of yourself, particularly and especially in the realms of the emotions. And talking about the emotions, we're going to break down a bit about what we've been seeing, what we were reading for yesterday when we did that masculine, feminine, and non-binary energetic update. And one of the things I need to point out is the energy. Sometimes when I read the energy, very, very deep alignment. A lot of those modalities by which they're in the same vibration. That is not happening right now. Specifically, we see that for a lot of the masculine energy, this is a time of deep contemplation and emotional connection. I feel like the Jupiter retrograding in Cancer right now is having a lot of impact on that frequency. And it's the observation, what we're effectively identifying is working through, I keep on getting positive vulnerability versus negative vulnerability. And what is the difference between positive vulnerability versus negative vulnerability? The vulnerability, and it's hard because we don't really have a word to disambiguate for it. The vulnerability that allows us to be energetically reactive, something that allows us to be able to act quickly. That is often the vulnerability that feels like it fortifies the self because it creates that space of energetic strength. At the same time, that same tendency of being able to be reactive can often be detrimental in the context of the emotional space because the ability to disambiguate between what is an actual threat to the self, the emotional threat that we often feel as we're building deeper into an energetic connection with someone, right? Versus the actual energy of being threatened. They feel very similar. And similarly and simultaneously, when we work into those contexts of disassociating, right? And potentially even masculine coming into the recognition of learning that too quickly. Disassociating is not a gift. It actually makes things more difficult because you don't get stronger when you can't feel something, right? When you can't feel something, the only thing you're doing is you're not allowing the context by which one can get better at something. So we see that for a lot of the masculine energy, kind of working through those modalities of frustration, right? And being able to energetically articulate that. There could even be a lot of energy of the masculine that is recognizing circumstances or situations in the past wherein I keep on hearing the reactive vulnerability in the context of like the volatility in the moment by which one should be energetically vulnerable or empathetic, the ability for masculine to be able to see the wreckage of modalities or experiences like that. Again, if you're masculine energy and you're going through those processes, congratulations, because that observation is, even though it can sometimes feel devastating, it gives us the capacity or the ability to be able to work on doing something in a better fashion. And I see that that's a lot of the energy that is working on healthy connection right now with counterpart. Now, this is why I said we have to be very conscientious about the difference in the frequencies right now, because we see masculine deep in the realm of expressing upon the emotions. Feminine is currently deep in the heart of pragmatism. They're firing on all cylinders. I keep on seeing feminine is much more in Uranus and Taurus. And Uranus and Taurus is literally like trying to do everything that needs to be done in what feels like impossible circumstances. So what we effectively have here, and further, we see that a lot of the feminine energy is working through healthy relationship by being able to disambiguate between what it means to feel energetically safe in a connection, the difference between protective and protected, because something that feels energetically protective is something that helps to amplify one's own flourishment. It's the ability of being able to go through experiences or circumstances where another person energetically facilitates being able for you to be able to do the things that you're effectively desiring to do in the best way possible. And feminine healing from circumstances where, and again, another person articulated love, not in the space of being protective, but protected. Those modalities or experiences wherein another person articulates upon the fact that they try to acute the energy, making them feel more diminutive, articulating that another person knows what's energetically best for them. Those modalities or those experiences by which the feminine feels that energetic vibration and works to effectively amplify that is often a misambiguation of love, because love that tries to cover, like that is the love that covets, and that's why coveting is not healthy, because when we try to cover things, it's because we're energetically insecure about them. So those modalities or those experiences where feminine is potentially working through experiences where they've navigated trauma, not due to a lack of love, but from someone that had not done the work to heal from their love properly. And often those experiences wherein another person has not healed from their love properly, right? This our love that does not feel like love, the love that feels like it holds on too tightly or doesn't allow the ability to, or feels like it energetically restricts. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the feminine energy, that is building into healthy counterpart connection with the observation and the articulation of being able to effectively facilitate having their own needs met by being able to articulate them appropriately. But what's hard about this, and this is what I keep on seeing that may be happening in experiences right now, is we see feminine that's working really hard trying to do everything. Energy, we've got other energy, we've got masculine energy that's moving in the space of wanting to come into feelings unload, right? And this can sometimes create circumstances or situations where there could be energetic fracturing that occurs, because it's the observation of being able to navigate and see and experience the working through the facilitation point of the counterpart with a sense of empathy, right? Not understanding and recognizing and articulating upon where, and I keep on seeing, like, if you're trying to have an emotional conversation with someone right now, make sure that you're first articulating as to whether they have the bandwidth for it. Now, this brings us to the non-binary energy. And what I keep on seeing with a lot of the non-binary energy is a lot of the non-binary energy is working through experiences or circumstances by which they're trying to help another person understand their wariness that is often misambiguated as aloofness. For a lot of these relationships, it's kind of a combination of the two energetic zones that we're seeing right now. This energy knows far too well the difference between the love that feels like it heals versus the love that often feels like it's energetically restrictive. And often I see, like, for a lot of the non-binary energy, having to work through modalities or experiences wherein another person approached them and articulated that they desire to fulfill a manifestation goal with them. But instead of being able to fulfill the manifestation goal, the relationship just became a place by which their shadow work was worked out. We keep on seeing that for a lot of energy in those circumstances or situations, the pain of those experiences can sometimes feel energetically devastating. It requires a lot of that processing. But this is why we see that these relationships, they tend to move towards one another with more slowness, because a lot of that ability of building towards trust, the identification point that in healthy relationship, we work towards manifestation goals. We're not means to an end. Often what we see that a lot of the non-binary energy recognizes is working through the space of knowing the self that is the best articulation and amplification of healthy relationship. Because when we know ourselves, we've done our shadow work appropriately. And we don't try to take that shadow work out onto one another. We recognize and identify what it is that we're trying to work on within versus what it is that we're experiencing from without. So for a lot of the energy, what I basically see is having those conversations upon the fact that desiring a manifestation goal is only half the work, right? The other half is having the energetic resilience to be able to articulate and identify what it takes to energetically get there. What's also kind of beautiful that I'm seeing right now for a lot of those relationships is counterpart is effectively almost acting as facilitator in being able to help energetically dispel misconceptions around one another, because we keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy, that ability, and I keep on getting it's the message that says we don't work through our circumstances or problems in relationship outside of partnership, but those modalities or experiences wherein another person feels that they misperceive counterpart, and we're able to come into those points of clarification and correction. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy doing that work, it's working through. And I told you, like, Venus and Mars in Sag feels a lot like a Venus in retrograde. So the modality or the experience by which the energy may be feeling hurt in relationality to another person's misperceptions of them, I keep on seeing it's the energy that feels restabilized, because when they're working towards the space of the self, they're acting in the space of serving as the healthy mirror to the self, which is the space by which they articulate and define that if they like what they see, then that is the point of clarity. Now, that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. But if you'd like to find that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it over on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. I would also encourage you to head over to my stack to learn more about a very special retreat that we'll be having in August. I would like to invite you to join us as we travel to Italy, to the cradle by which the tarot was discovered, so we can do a deep dive into the cards themselves to understand, both to sharpen our own skills in the tarot, but also to understand the culture by which the tarot found a home. We're going to be traveling to Florence, Rome, and Tuscany on our travels, and everyone who participates in that retreat will also be receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me. You can find more information for that on my stack. I'd also like to invite you to our next tarot class, which is going to be held on Thursday, December 18th, which is next week, and we'll be doing our deep dive into the tarot with a focus on the Judgment card. If you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I'll be doing my best in giving you an update on everything we've studied prior to that next class occurring, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. And you'll also have the option of receiving a complimentary mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best advantage moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was, again, make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings and services. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which give you updates on everything we have studied, which gives you updates on everything that we've read for based upon the lunation cycles. I just wrote one recently on this full moon that we experienced. And on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. And I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which you can purchase per dream or as a series. If you purchase it as a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It's a wonderful time to get on the list. First person on the list today will always have an additional card in their reading. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. How are you doing today, Neri? Welcome, Fiza. How are you doing today, Jean? Welcome, Big. And how are you doing, Deanna and Sherry? Welcome, Loretta. How are you doing, Sasha? Ivana, thank you so much for the heart me's. Guys, please remember to recharge your heart me's today. If you'd like an additional card in your, if you'd like an animal spirit card, guide card in your 1-card reading as a super fan. Grand Rising, Ivana, good to see you. Sophia, welcome, Glenn. How are you doing, Ava? Andrea, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, thank you so much for encouraging everyone to tap the screen, Andrea. I appreciate you. And thank you so much, Bridget, for those hashtags. Sandra, I do 1-card readings are usually best for affirmation or negation. You know, the thing is with the tarot is it doesn't like to give hard and fast yes nos. It likes to explain the nature of situations. But if you want to do one of those, I would suggest becoming a super fan is the best way to have an answer to that question in that way. Oh, I'm so glad you found me through the FYP. Appreciate that, dear. And thank you. Appreciate you as well, Bridget. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you want to get on the list, now is the perfect time to get on the list. You will have an additional card in your reading as well. But before we get started, On today's daily collective read, why don't we warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check? I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the goose. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And thank you so much. Me, Jax, we're actually about to get started on the free reading today. So if you stick around, you'll be able to have a part of that. If you want a personal reading, if you want a reading that is customized to the self, then that is something that requires a donation. Minnie, so good to see you today, dear. How are you doing today? And thank you as well. Thank you so much for those gifts as well, Andrea. So as I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started. Just a reminder, too, if there's anyone who would like to get off of the hold list, who is on the hold list, you can go ahead and just let me know. I'll be happy to add you back. We are doing here highest priority messages from Spirit, Life Path, Mediumship, Dream Interpretation, Angelic Guidance, Animal Spirit Guide, Pet Readings, Akashic, and Mind, Body, Spirit. If you have information that you feel is relevant for the purposes of today's reading, you can post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only Disco channel in the appropriate channels. What's wrong with the goose? Are you joining Purr's team, or are you getting frustrated when you see the goose? If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anybody who would like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. And also just a reminder to anyone who is joining us across the other platforms. Oh, thank you so much for that beautiful gift, Bridget. And just a reminder to anybody who's joining us across the platforms, you can also get on our list today via our tree that has links in it in my bio. That said, no better time than the present. Oh, good to see you as well, Estevan. And again, just a second call for anybody who would like to be taken off the hold list and added back to the list today. Now is a great time to do so if you want to secure one of the earlier spots. We're also doing 2 contests right now. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we'll be doing today is a reading giveaway for the highest gifter. Bridget, you are currently in the lead right now with 406. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Friday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Friday, December 12th, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first 2 cards in our 5-card spread? First 2 cards we are starting our day off with today are the 6 of Swords in its upright in combination with the Death card in its reversal. Let's talk a little bit about, you see, you all wanted the planets to come out of retrograde. You've been telling me for months, when are the planets coming out of retrograde? When are the planets coming out of retrograde? Well, here you go. You happy? You got a bunch of planets. And this is what I kept on saying. It's not the retrograde cycles that you need to worry about, because sometimes a planet coming out of retrograde can be harder than when a planet is in retrograde. And some of the planets that we've been having coming out of retrograde, it can feel really frustrating. We've got here I just want to walk you guys through the planets that have been moving back into that. We had Saturn and Neptune that have moved back out of retrograde. They're direct now, and they're both direct in Pisces. But the thing that we effectively identify and recognize in relationality to that has a lot to do with working through the modality of being able to amplify and articulate upon the sense of space, of emotions and time. It's a conversation that articulates upon the fact that not all feelings are alike. The work that we do to be able to navigate through our feelings is not just the experience of expressing the fact that we have them, but being able to articulate and navigate as to whether something that we're experiencing is something that we need to work on within, or something that needs to energetically be worked upon without. And so for a lot of the energy that I see that's working through this right now, I'm also seeing that there's a transition point that we're experiencing. This has been a week of energetic shifting. I see energy that's starting to move into union. I also see energy that's working through a lot of the spaces of the, like working through a lot of this intensity. And we're going to go through all of the modalities that we're seeing in relationality to the relationship cycles. Now, we're going to start right now with the energy that is in solitude. And that was specifically these energies in solitude right now are working through moon lessons. And what do we observe when we're working through moon lessons? It's the observation or the articulation of being able to energetically navigate through phases, the understanding of being able to effectively identify our phases, being able to recognize and identify where we are is the difference in terms of being able to talk to another person about how we feel versus projecting that feeling onto another. And this is very important right now because I see two different modalities of circumstances or situations that are happening at this time. These relationships have been taking a long time to come together. And the reason that we see that it's taking a long time to come together is they are relationships that are healing. I keep on seeing they are relationships that are healing from the fallacy that there's separation in relationship, right? Because the space by which we move into separation, it's working through the space of understanding that when something is difficult, right? When something is difficult in relationship, we work to energetically address it. But often energy works into separation when they're more into the context of trying to avoid, right? You can't be conflict avoidant and desire relationship, because how are you going to work? How are you going to effectively work in healthy partnership without encountering energetic conflict? It's easy to articulate that one desires a manifestation goal, but it's different to be able to articulate the work of being able to work through one. And that's what I keep on seeing. And what's interesting about these relationships that I see that are coming together at this time is they're navigating the fact that they've been going through energetic hiccups. There's been hiccups throughout a lot of these relationship dynamics that are coming together right now. And those hiccups that we see, the ability for them to effectively identify and articulate upon how energetically smooth they can work through those things, that ability to be able to experience and articulate upon it, I keep on seeing that those relationships, and I keep on seeing they're seeing the energy of another being able to effectively endure, or having those modalities of understanding not only the desire for a manifestation goal, but the ability to work through, like the ability to work through the energetic difficulty point, right? The ability to energetically smooth something out, not requiring separation, that is effectively allowing the context by which the energy is able to effectively, I keep on seeing, like this is a lot of that energy that's feeling that sense of confidence, because it's the observation or the energy that doesn't see, right? It's not the energy that says, oh, I want a relationship, but I have distaste for all of like that hard work that's potentially required in order to maintain one. So we see here that for a lot of the relationships at the same time that that's forming and happening, there could be experiences from the past where another person comes back and says, I'm ready now, right? Like it's the energy that was effectively like moving potentially in separation, articulating upon the fact that they keep on finding themselves in an energetic state of readiness. And that's why we keep on seeing that for a lot of that energy working through that state of readiness, it's the energy that says, energy that's always articulating upon readiness isn't steady, right? Because it's the readiness that steadies. That it's not I keep wondering, it's not the space by which you work through something, it's the ability to energetically persevere. And so what we effectively see with a lot of these moon relationships is the ability, I keep on hearing, the ability to kind of be able to facilitate upon and work through those energetic phases. And I keep on getting that a lot of those phases, and I want to describe this, and this is interesting too, because we often see, and I want to stress this as well. Remember how I said over the last few days that there was a lot of that energy and relationality. We kept on getting the death card in its reversal. This is the energy of the death card in its upright. And so I literally see the energy that feels the relief because they don't feel like they need to work on perfect, but they're finding counterpart energy that works to make things perfect, right? There, it's like I keep on seeing the ability of facilitating for one another the best or the right conditions by which they can effectively do the things that they're trying to do most effectively. Now, moving towards the temperance relationships, center card for today's spread, we've got here the 10 of Wands in its reversal. So for the 10 of Wands in its reversal, what we're energetically seeing is a lot of those modalities or experiences by which I keep on getting the energy that's effectively working through temperance part right now. And I need to describe this. There's a lot of energetic density that we see that is occurring in those experiences or in those circumstances. I keep on getting that for a lot of those relationships, that ability of being able to effectively articulate or work through something. And the best way I can describe this is, and I think I kind of told you this, what we're not in a Venus in retrograde cycle, but it sure feels like one. I'm just going to keep on saying this because it's something that keeps on coming through in relationality to the energy that we're experiencing right now. Venus in Mars in Sagittarius can create the feeling of a distorted view of the self. It's either seeing others' perception of a distorted view of the self, or it's experiencing one within. It's really, I keep on getting this, and the space by which, and I needed to kind of stress this. Typically, here's the thing about it, a little Sagittarius energy goes a long way. It's very much like room energy, and it's very similar to Aries energy in this way. But the thing is that what you effectively identify when you've got, and I want to I'm going to keep on articulating this right now, especially in the realm of working through feelings, all right? Because the energy that we have that's happening right now is it's very easy to be triggered in it. And the reason and that's why I was telling you guys, don't be so excited about the fact that the planets are stationing direct, because it all depends. It's like whether something's direct or not is not the issue. It has to do with what's happening, because we've got Jupiter in Cancer in retrograde, which means already you're in a modality by which we're feeling very sensitive in relationality to the feelings, right? Like right in the feelings. Like, you know, like that's what Jupiter in Cancer can kind of feel like. Oh, my feelings, right? It can create a lot of those experiences where we're already feeling energetically sensitive. Okay, so we're already feeling energetically sensitive, and then we go through those modalities or those experiences by which, and I need to point this out, the space by which we see that Saturn and Neptune are stationing direct in Pisces can bring even more feelings up, right? They can bring up, it's like the combination force. It's like the 1-2 punch on the nature of time being fleeting, and also memories. Okay, so now what do you got here? You got the sensitivity and the feelings that are happening. And then you've got the dual force of Neptune and Saturn both coming out of retrograde in Pisces, which can be like, I know you're already feeling sensitive in the feelings. Would you like some more feelings on top of the sensitivity that you're feeling on the feelings? And then on top of that, we've got Venus and Mars in Sagittarius, which can often feel similar to, it's like a pseudo Venus retrograde, right? It's not a Venus retrograde, but it sure could feel like one. And now to add to that, we've got Mercury that is also moving into Sagittarius. So that can create those experiences by which we feel a lot of that space by which we it's like I keep on getting, it's like we feel very, very easily triggered, right? Because Mercury and Sag is like very, very fast energy. So I feel like there's something really important in relationality to that, because I keep on seeing for a lot of those temperance relationships, it's the observation and remembering that the temperance relationships were coming together between the time of Uranus stationing retrograde in the fall up until the solstice period that we had this summer. It can be working into the space of being very hard on the self, is what I keep on seeing, especially because these temperance relationships, they do the work so that others don't have to. Those modalities or those experiences by which they articulate and identify. And I just keep on seeing that that capacity to be able to effectively um, articulate and identify the space by which one is able to feel fortified. I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now working through this cycle, it's being able to effectively process. I keep on hearing like working to effectively process the feelings. So I keep on hearing so they don't project, right? So they don't project a lot of the harshness that they're feeling about the self towards those energetically around the self, is what I keep on seeing. And for a lot of that energy, being able to articulate and identify that, I keep on seeing it's like it's requiring, I feel like it's requiring a lot of energetic rigor. But the reason we keep on seeing the fact that it's requiring a lot of that is because like I keep on seeing like it's working into the space of being able to be a healthy channel. And I keep on seeing that a lot of that, and the thing about it is it's requiring the space of being able to be more compassionate towards the self, right? And that's the hard part with this energy right now, which is like it's very hard to find. I keep on getting it's very hard to be compassionate towards the self when we're feeling a lot of that. I keep on hearing the sensitivity of the emotions combined with the energy of Venus and Mars both being in Sag, which is the feeling of something that's either not happening fast enough or being frustrated at our own energetic progress around things. Continuing to get clarification, fourth and fifth cards in our 5 card spread, we've got here the Two of Pentacles in its upright in combination with the Hierophant in its upright as well. Now we're moving on to the Magician relationships. These are relationships that were coming together between the time of the solstice period up until the time of Mercury and Venus stationing direct behind Neptune, which was happening in March. So for a lot of these relationships, the thing I keep on seeing, like, I feel like a lot of this energy, and it's interesting too, because the temperance relationships are working to find a healthy way to get their feelings out, is what I keep on seeing. They're working, I keep on hearing, they're working to facilitate healthy ways to communicate getting their feelings out. Um, the magician relationships, I keep on seeing the magician relationships that are working through the context of understanding and identifying what stability feels like. And I keep on hearing they're continuing to do the work. I keep on hearing often the journey of healing is making sure that one feels stable in one's position, is what I keep on seeing. They're having conversations on solid ground. And the thing about solid ground conversations is I just keep on seeing if they're articulating something that's happening, to be able to amplify and articulate to another and saying, am I being the reasonable one? Right? And why is the energy saying, am I being the reasonable one? Because that ability of being able to articulate upon reason, right? That ability to be able to identify and recognize what feels energetically reasonable. I just keep on seeing that is the energy that is working through the space by which they're feeling. They're I keep on hearing feeling the feelings that have reason still requires us to carry them. And so I keep on getting that for a lot of the energy, it feels like a modality of expansion because it's the observation of being able to feel stabilized in terms of how one is feeling, but not just in the space by which one feels it, being able to effectively expand and expound upon it is what I keep on hearing. And I keep on hearing the healing is in the exposition, because the more that one is able to explain the reason why one feels energetically valuable, and being able to articulate how one feels about it, more easily does it allow the modality of experience to be able to articulate upon the fact that one is whole. I keep on hearing they're standing on solid ground, right? And that solid ground is the space by which they identify or they see something in the same way. Now, continuing to get clarification between our six of swords and its upright in combination with the death card and its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our magician in its reversal. So for a lot of the energy that we're effectively seeing right now, we're moving back into that energy that's in solitude right now. The thing I keep on observing in relationality to those modalities or those experiences has a lot to do. I keep on saying it has a lot to do with the recognition or the identification point of, I keep on getting the space by which one is able to effectively have those points of stabilization. And what's interesting about that, especially with this magician in its reversal, the thing I keep on seeing here is, and I want to describe this, like I feel like this is the energy that's looking back upon a past connection and recognizing what is effectively identified as something that feels energetically unfair. And what does unfair mean? You know, the space by which, and I keep on seeing this is what we can expect in relational. Every time Saturn stations direct, I have to read for this, which is the same message comes through. Saturn stationing direct in Pisces always says the same thing. Feelings don't fix things. But those who have a hard time expressing their feelings are under the misconception that another person is just waiting for them to reveal feelings that were apparent at every given moment. Right? That's the funny thing about revealing your feelings. Like someone who doesn't reveal their feelings feels like it's a giant revelation in the articulation of them. But 9 times out of 10, someone else is perfectly aware of how another person feels, because we project them. Like our feelings we are the projection of our feelings. So the ability to effectively identify or recognize or work through energetic cycles of that nature, I just keep on seeing if these are modalities or experiences by which the energy is working towards healthy energy that knows how to resolve hard feelings, is what I keep on hearing. Healthy energy that has the ability to resolve hard feelings, which is the ability to effectively work through, like the ability to effectively work through something, but not just the ability to work through something. The ability to effectively be able to articulate upon what feels energetically productive. I keep on seeing that if this is an experience where someone's moving deeper into union with another that has that ability, like again, I keep on hearing like a walk, not a week, a frustration point that is easily energetically remedied, that doesn't allow, like I keep on hearing, doesn't allow like vast swaths of time to articulate the readiness. And somebody else is coming back and articulating, like I keep wondering, somebody else is coming back and they're ready to like open up about something. I can see the energy almost coming into that place of declination, because the reason that they're energetically declining upon it is the fact that they're articulating upon the fact that I keep wondering, it's articulating upon the fact that the energetic steadiness point is something that is always articulated upon a definitive timeline. It's not hyperbolic, right? We don't articulate to another that we needed. I keep wondering, like, you can't be in a relationship and then something emotional happens and then you need to go on a vacation from it for weeks and then come back and then you say, okay, I'm ready to deal with the feelings. Because in the meantime, another person has had to contend with the fact that they've had to carry them that whole time, is what I keep on seeing. And that's why the energy that is in solitude is recognizing the difference between an emotional conversation that feels like it's energetically productive versus an energetic a conversation that feels like another trying to divest themselves of emotions because they don't have the capacity to be able to hold them themselves, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on hearing in that modality that there's a lot of energy potentially closing out unhealthy energetic cycles, saying we don't come to each other to hold our emotions, we come to resolve, right? We bring our emotions to each other in order to be able to resolve through them, is what I keep on seeing. So there's a lot of that energy that I see that is like working towards healing in that capacity. But I keep on getting that ability to do so is almost articulating upon, I keep on hearing articulating upon the energetic productivity point, because this is energy that's finding. And I told you it was taking me a while to be able to articulate upon the prioritization point of the energy that knows themselves, right? The best gift we can bring to relationship is the ability to know the self. Because even I keep wondering, even if we navigate the moment by which our feelings are bothering us, we have the ability to effectively energetically communicate in them in a way that feels like it. I keep wondering, feels like it makes something better, right? That allows for the context or the ability of understanding and recognizing how that effectively, like how that is effectively navigated. Now, continuing to get clarification between our death card in its upright in combination with our 10 of wands in its reversal, we've got here the 5 of swords in its upright. And the 5 of swords in its upright is the 5 of swords in its upright. And I need to talk about this with a lot of those temperance relationships right now. The temperance relationships, and I gotta tell you this, like I feel like this is something that's coming up right now with this energy, and it has to do with the ability of working through our own sense of like it's working through our own sense of energetic frustration at the self, right? It's hard because and I feel like often when we're if you're experiencing this right now, I want to I want to reaffirm to you, like, and I know that this is it's actually it's actually almost harder right now than a Venus retrograde because the thing is, typically a Venus retrograde, we would just not be feeling like our best. But the proximity of Venus in such close proximity to Mars while in Sagittarius can often articulate upon working, I keep on hearing, either working through another person's misconceptions of us that can bring us a lot of energetic anger, the ability of another not to see us clearly, or simultaneously an inability to be able to see ourselves with energetic clarity. And that's the thing I keep on effectively identifying there. Those modalities or those experiences by which we work through, I keep wondering, like, we work through, and I keep on hearing, like, what's beautiful about these temperance relationships is that they articulate to each other that they see one another from a point of empathy, right? And a lot of that, I keep wondering, a lot of that empathy is amplified. I keep wondering that empathy is amplified by the ability to effectively help. I keep on hearing help each other see what they see in one another is everything I keep on seeing there. And I keep on getting, like, often when we're going through energy like this, and I told you to kind of prepare. I tried to prepare you for Neptune and Saturn, both stationing direct in Pisces. It can feel like a lot all at once. The timing of those planets coming into directness, it can sometimes feel like not ideal. It can feel like there's a lot energetically going on. But that ability to effectively articulate upon, I keep on hearing how one deals with it, right? Being able to effectively navigate or articulate upon um like how one is effectively able to do something most effectively. I keep on hearing that this is the energy that is helping to facilitate to one another each other's breakthroughs. And a lot of those experiences or a lot of those modalities are amplified or articulated in being able to effectively say to one another, you know, you're being too hard on yourself. You're not seeing yourself with a point of clarity. And so a lot of that work, I just keep on seeing it's hard because I feel like there's a lot of emotions that are potentially coming up at this time. But those emotions that are coming up have to do with the fact that often energy like this will help us have clarity in being able to see experiences or circumstances in the past by which we weren't held properly, is what I keep on seeing. So that can bring up a lot of feelings. Continuing to get clarification between our Ten of Wands in its reversal and our Two of Pentacles in its upright. One card to clarify. We've got here the Temperance card in its upright. And the Temperance card in its upright, moving back towards the Magician relationships, you know, I feel like it's really interesting because I feel like a lot of these Temperance relationships right now, they're working through identifying the fact that they feel like they're on energetically solid ground. You know, and that's what I meant in relationality to them effectively identifying the fact that they're going through a maturation process. I feel like it's a lot of that energy that understands that, like, the ability to be on solid ground is often most articulated by being able to see things with clarity. That's what we mean by solid ground, right? Solid ground means the ability to see something with clarity. And so I think that that's beautiful because I feel like there's something important about those relationships in terms of having mutual perspective, in terms of the fact that they're looking at something. I keep wondering that they're looking at something with the same, like, from the same perspective, right? And so that ability, and what's interesting about it is not only are they looking at something with the same perspective, but they're simultaneously and similarly recognizing and identifying. I feel like they're building into energy with others that share that perspective as well, right? I keep wondering, there's a lot of that experience there, and I keep on feeling like I keep wondering they're fortified in their perspective, but I keep on hearing they're fortified in their perspective not because they're coming from an egoic state, right? It's not the space by which they say that's why they hold on to it because it feels good to hold it. They're articulating it to others as well, right? They're building into that modality or that experience by which they're articulating upon it. Continuing to get clarification between our Two of Pentacles in its upright in combination with our Hierophant card. We've got here the Six of Cups in its upright. Now, moving back, I have to say these moon relationships that we're seeing for the energy in solitude right now, one of the things I see that we're navigating has to do, like, and I think that's like, I like this because the thing I keep on seeing with these moon relationships is I keep on getting, it's not the fact that the relationship is perfect, but it's the ability that they see in one another to be able to refine what's not and make it energetically perfect. Like, that is the quality that I keep on seeing in relationality to these relationships. It's refined energy, right? It's the energy that can take something. It's the energy that can take something and make it energetically better. It's the energy that can effectively work towards something. And in the context by which they work towards it, they're able to energetically elevate it, is what I keep on seeing. And that's why we keep on seeing that. And that's what I meant about this potentially feeling. I feel like there's a moment right now with Mercury moving into Sagittarius that feels, I keep on getting Mercury moving into Sagittarius feels akin to, I keep on getting it feels akin to the experience of the present relationship that they're building into, where they're seeing a gift of refinement, being able to take something and make it energetically better than it was before, right? And that's what they're doing towards one another at this time, right? There's that continual refinement point. While we see that for a lot of the relationships, at the same time as that's happening, there could be experiences from the past where another person's returning from a state of saying that they're energetically ready. But I keep on hearing readiness is not refinement. Readiness is not refinement in the modality or the experience by which we articulate upon the I keep on hearing like the this is where, like, this is either the closing out of the cycle, right? Where another person, like, I keep on hearing somebody who articulates upon the desire for a manifestation goal and then enters into relationship, but then the minute something does not feel like it's going exactly according to what they imagined it would be, pulls away from it, and then comes back and says, I'm energetically ready for it. But it's not even happening over the span of moments or minutes, which would be hyper like working through healthy hyperbole, right? Like pulling away and then coming back together as quickly. But rather someone who extends that over the week, over the span of weeks or months. I keep on seeing that the ability to refine, right? That this is the energy that's basically able to define the fact that they're looking at a past connection, lacking the ability to energetically refine it. And that refinement point is the space by which you keep hearing you don't turn away in distaste from a relationship the minute that something is not ideal, because that's the moment that the relationship truly becomes yours, because that's the moment that you truly start to work on not just what's there, but what you aspire it to be. And that is the quality and situation that we see that's happening in these energetic relationships, right? I keep on hearing the tenacity of refinement, right? The energy that has the ability to effectively stick towards something and be able to effectively articulate and define it. And I keep on hearing like having that modality or experience by which they're able to effectively articulate and amplify like that sense of work. Continuing to get clarification between our Magician card in its reversal in combination with our Five of Swords in its upright. We've got here the Six of Pentacles in its upright as well. So the Six of Pentacles, the Six of Pentacles speaks to us a lot about the Six of Pentacles speaks to us a lot about the quality and condition um, by which I keep wondering the quality and condition by which we identify and work through things. And I keep on getting that for a lot of that energy, that ability to effectively articulate or or navigate something. I keep on hearing like the temperance relationships are enmeshed energy. And what do we see with enmeshed energy? For a lot of the energy doing that work, working through that enmeshment point is effectively it's the amplification or the articulation of being able to effectively define what it is. Like they're working on the fabric of the relationship. And what I keep on seeing in terms of working on the fabric of the relationship, I keep on seeing the energy understands. Like I keep on hearing when we're being too hard on ourselves, it damages the fabric of relationship, because I feel like it's those modalities or those experiences by which we have to hold ourselves with a sense of compassion. And that is the compassion. And often that compassion is what we see in counterpart connection, right? And that's why what's beautiful about counterpart connection is the fact that counterpart often sees us with more compassion than we see ourselves with. And so I just keep on getting that for a lot of that energy, facilitating or articulating upon that work, that ability to be able to um, amplify or articulate to one another, like what they mean to one another and like what they energetically aspire for. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships, that is the ability that like that's what's helpful in this type of energy, because even as like I keep on hearing, even as like the combination of Venus and Mars in such close proximity in Sagittarius can sometimes make us feel really hard on ourselves, right? The bolstering of that via counterpart, right? Like that ability to articulate and define upon it, that's what effectively fortifies us or allows us the context of feeling energetically held up. And so I feel like that's what's beautiful about that, because I feel like the energy is working through a lot of the frustration of this particular like frequency that we're experiencing, but they're holding each other compassionately throughout it with a lot of empathy. This brings us to the magician relationships, clarification between our Five of Swords in combination with our Temperance card. Ooh, we got the Sun card in its upright. And so let's talk a little bit about the Sun card, because what we're effectively seeing with the Sun card, like what we're effectively seeing with the Sun card has to do, and it's interesting too, because I feel like there's something happening right now for those magician relationships. You know, it's feeling very, it's interesting because I know that there isn't anything in Leo, but it almost feels like something akin to Leo, because the thing I keep on seeing with the magician relationships right now is there's something important. I keep on hearing there's something important about the ability of not feeling the need. I keep on hearing not feeling the need to, and this is often what we experience in a maturation cycle, not feeling the need to have to like to have to explain ourselves to a person. I keep on hearing they're not in the mood to have to explain themselves to someone who perpetually decides to perceive you improperly, right? Because when someone perpetually decides to perceive you improperly, that is literally the source of their projection. And when we reach into our maturation point, well, like, and I keep on pointing it, like the one thing we see here, and that's what I told you in rationality to those magicians coming into a point of wisdom, which is the energy that's articulating, that says another person's opinion of us only holds significance if it's true. If it's true, like if it's true, right? If it's true, right? Like the modality or the experience by which another person holds an opinion of us only holds weight if it's true. And if it's not, and this is often the space by which we recognize the difference between another person's projection versus something that we can do better, which is the modality or experience by which, when you see somebody projecting on you and nothing that they project holds an ounce of truth about you, right? There's really, it's almost like, it's like the energy that like it speaks more towards what's inside a person than what's within ourselves, is what I keep on seeing. And so for a lot of the energy kind of working through those modalities or experiences, having to, like, I keep on getting like having to work through it, it feels almost like force field energy, right? It's like I keep on hearing, it's like the energy, like it's the energy that is like building into relationship. And I feel like it's the energy that's I mean, like they're cultivating a force field, but I keep on hearing like the reason they're cultivating a force field is from by taking logical approaches to things, which is, again, it's the space by which if another person comes towards us with an energetic opinion of us, we calibrate it for whether it's accurate or if it's the space of another's projections, right? And that's why I keep on hearing they're cleansing, like they're working on energetically, like cleansing something, but they're working on cleansing it by almost like trying. I keep on hearing like I feel like it's a lot of that amplification of them having something that they say to another person, that I almost hear the energy saying like, whatever gave you that idea, right? Like I hear the energy going, whatever gave you that idea, because often it's like when you say whatever gave you that idea, you're like, did you come up with that idea yourself? Did your ego make that idea, or did you hear that from somebody else that was deep in their ego? Right? Like I feel like that's what a lot of that energy is effectively articulating upon. And I feel like that's what I mean in relationality to the energy building into, I keep wondering, like the energy building into circumstances or situations by which I feel like it's like, they're recognizing the difference between a fact and opinion. Continuing, like that's why they're maturating, continuing to get clarification between our temperance card and the Six of Cups in its upright. We've got here the Four of Pentacles. The Four of Pentacles in its reversal. And the Four of Pentacles in its reversal, moving back to the energy that's in solitude. The thing about it is I see a lot of relationships. Like these, I told you, this is a bit of the culmination energy that we're seeing in these moon partnerships right now. And the thing about it that I keep on identifying with these moon relationships is, how do I describe this? It's, I'm going to point this out even now, potentially feeling, right? Potentially feeling energetically irritable in this type of energy, not being in the modality by which they feel, not in the modality by which they feel their energetic best, but are able to persevere in relationship nonetheless, right? It's the energy that does not, that feels energetically irritable, but they don't, I keep on hearing they don't move away from one another. They are able to articulate upon it, right? They're able to effectively identify and refine. They refine their irritation to allow for a relationship that's even better than the space it was in prior to the irritation making itself visible, is what I keep on getting, right? And so even in the space by which I keep on hearing they articulate the irritation. I keep wondering, they articulate the irritation in the best way possible because they refine the irritation into a modality by which they effectively excel in it, is what I keep on seeing. So there's something really significant and important there. And I keep on getting that a lot of that has to do, and at the same time that they're doing that, potentially experiencing something from the past returning, and another person coming out of their energetic irritation mode, right? Coming out of their irritation mode, going, I'm ready, right? They're feeling a lot of the emotions and being like, oh, my feelings are fixed now. I'm ready to come back into partnership. And someone saying, like, I hear someone having conversations and closing out unhealthy energetic cycles that articulates and says, relationship, it's not just a place you hang out when the feelings are fixed. It's supposed to be continuous. It's supposed to be there the whole time, right? Because when you feel energy, right? When you feel energy that's irritating in relationship, and then you say, I'd rather not deal with this, then you're too avoidant for partnership, is what we keep on seeing. And this is getting us back to continuing to move deeper into moving deeper into those temperance relationships that are moving deeper into divine union right now. The Six of Pentacles in its upright in combination with the Sun card. I keep on getting the nine, the nine of Wands in its reversal. The Nine of Wands in its reversal talks to us. The Nine of Wands in its reversal talks to us about working through this space by which we identify and articulate upon our standards, is what I keep on seeing. And the space by which we articulate upon our standards. And I keep on hearing the space that we feel healthy and safe in relationship is the space by which we feel comfortable to articulate upon them, is what I keep on getting. And understanding simultaneously and similarly that for a lot of the energy that's doing that work, that adaptability point, like that conversation, that modality or experience by which one is able, I keep on hearing, and this is what's important about standards, because I keep on seeing that this is also what the temperance relationships are doing. It's not just the fact that they have standards, but they're able to speak towards those standards. And what's nice, the reason that it's so important to be able to talk towards our standards is because our trauma likes to masquerade as our standards. Trauma's favorite thing to do is to put on a trench coat and to pretend that that they're standards. And the way you can usually tell the difference between an actual standard and trauma masquerading as a standard is that you can question, you can ask the self why you're holding it, right? And if you have a reason, if you've got a logical reason for the fact that you're holding a standard, then there you go. Ta-da, it's an actual legit standard. Okay? There it is. It's a standard. And if it's not, if you're holding a standard for no other reason than it feels comfortable to hold it, that's not a standard. That is your trauma in disguise. That is your trauma that is put on a trench coat and is decided to articulate upon the fact that it is a standard. And so what we effectively see in those modalities or experiences right now is that is a lot of the energy that does the work. I keep on hearing, not only, I told you, they're temperance relationships. They do the work not only in holding the standard, but confirming that the standard is reciprocal in partnership. The reciprocal standard that allows the ability to effectively amplify and articulate upon what one is trying to do in the most effective way possible. And I just keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships, the ability, I keep on hearing, the ability to communicate upon their standards is further amplification of how much they mean to one another. Because I keep on seeing that for a lot of those relationships, a lot of feelings potentially coming up because it is the space by which another person respects the standard that allows, I keep on hearing, that allows one to effectively, I keep on hearing, allows one to move deeper into energetic connection. And that brings us to the Sun card with the Four of Pentacles in its reversal. And that's where we have the Five of Pentacles in its reversal as well. Now moving back into the Magician relationships, and again, speaking towards this as well, the thing that we effectively identify or recognize here has a lot to do, and I keep on seeing this, this is energy. These Magician relationships, they're feeling triggered right now. They're feeling triggered. Are they acting upon the trigger? No. They're maturing through it, right? The fact that the ability to articulate and identify the fact that we feel triggered, I keep on seeing that it's not just, and I keep on hearing, it's okay. Our job, and this is what they're working through, our job is not to get rid of every trigger. Triggers are there for a good reason. Triggers should be by standards, right? Why would you get rid of a trigger if it's next to a standard? That's exactly where it's supposed to be. A trigger is supposed to be exactly next to a standard. All of our standards have triggers next to it, right? It's really weird for people who articulate the fact that our job is not getting rid of all of our triggers. That would be wild. Why would you? How are you going to say that you're healed but being like, it's fine, nothing affects me? What is wrong with you? Are you okay? No, nothing affects, like what? No, you know, it's like there's like the space by which we understand and articulate, right? The nature of us being the universal compassion point, but being able to articulate upon the things that we're energetically compassionate for, right? I keep on getting that is the, I feel like there's a, like they're finding, they're cleansing their trigger through language, right? They're articulating to each other upon why they feel energetically triggered, and they're finding unification in that because it's the observation, right? And this is how we fortify upon something that we feel, right? Like if we feel energetically validated or holding reason in relationality to what we're feeling, then that is something that helps us hold our standard even more firmly. So that's what I keep on getting in relationality to this right now. There's a lot of that work and a lot of that frustration, but I keep on hearing they're cleansing that frustration through communication and finding behind that an even stronger standard. Final card for today's spread, between our Nine of Wands in its upright in combination with our Five of Pentacles in its reversal, We've got here the Seven of Wands in its reversal. So what we're effectively seeing, you know, the thing I'm going to just give you guys, listen, I'm going to put this out here today. Okay. I know everybody was all eager and giddy for these planets to come out of retrograde, but I'm going to tell you right now, when I look at something, when I see Mars, Venus, and Mercury in the house of Sagittarius during Sagittarius season, the desire to pop off. Okay, the desire to pop off, the inclination to pop off on someone has never been higher. It would feel so good. It'd be so good. And how sweet it is, right? Because it's like and it wouldn't be so bad if we weren't also in Sagittarius season right now. You know, and here's the thing, sometimes it's good to pop off, right? Sometimes it's reasonable to pop off. Okay, there are modalities or moments by which the ability to articulate, and remember, make sure if you are popping off in relationality to something that's frustrating you, it is cleansing. It is cleansing. And what does cleansing mean? Cleansing is the amplification of being able to articulate to another, right? It's the ability to articulate to another that how much something like what something means to us, right? It is the ability to effectively try to communicate something that is energetically important, right? And sometimes I keep on stressing like the identification point of being able to be energetically clear to another in such a way that you articulate, I keep on hearing, not the feeling that something creates, but the observation of what needs to change, right? Like I keep on seeing, like, let the pop serve the tweak, okay? Let the pop serve the tweak, which says allow the space by which if you are going to feel that necessity to be able to amplify to someone that there is something that is frustrating you, make sure that it is something to help calibrate, something to help change something, not just in the space by which it feels good to do so. Bottom of the deck on this reading today, the Fool energy in its reversal. I know, okay? There's too many planets right now. There's too many planets right now in Sagittarian. And I'll tell you right now, this is hyperbole city. The reason that there were all these conversations right now, the reason that all these conversations on hyperbole is because I'm going to tell you, like, this energy right now with Mercury, Venus, and Mars in Sag is those moments where you get so frustrated that you're just like, whoa! And then you go, you know, like, so that is literally the type of energy that we're talking about. So even in the space by which you feel, if that's already happened, because I can see for some of you it's already happened already, make sure that you're expressing, make sure that you're being able to be energetically clear in relationality to the difference between, and I keep on hearing, the difference between, I keep on hearing like the difference between like articulating the feeling. It's like the difference between love or the difference between anger. It's giving me a lot of the energy of understanding that the things that we care about can drive us crazy. The things we care about can often like create those feelings in us by which we feel a lot of emotions, right? But making sure, I keep on hearing, making sure that we're doing the work to smooth our own seas so that our frustration moves us into an easement point is what I keep on hearing. The frustration that becomes the fortification into greater ease, right? The ability of being able to walk through something in such a way that it becomes easier going forward. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving it. Just a reminder, if you'd like to book a private reading with me, it is a 2-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site, so I'd encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Sun card. Our next class will be held on Thursday, December 18th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Judgment card. If you'd like to become part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head on over to my Stack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Stack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. It's not necessary to have to catch up. I'll be doing my best to give you an update on everything we've studied prior to beginning that next class, but the material is there for you to receive as you're ready to receive it. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we've learned and studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Stack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of readings, classes, you'll also have access to over 20 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. You'll also have access to a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, where I'll meet with you. I'll meet with you to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best impact, moving towards your tarot goals going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Stack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which will give you an update on everything we've been seeing energetically in the cards. I just wrote one recently on navigating this full moon in Gemini that we just experienced. I also want to invite you guys to a very special retreat that we'll be having in August, where we will be studying the tarot in the cradle by which the tarot was discovered. Please join me for a trip to Tuscany, Rome, and Florence, where we will be sharpening our tarot craft, as well as having a deeper understanding on the culture by which the tarot first discovered and found a home. All you need to do, if you'd like to learn more about that trip, is head over to my Stack and you'll find information there. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. There are, you can purchase those classes on a one-on-one basis or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my students seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings, which can be purchased per dream or as a series. If you purchase a series, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages, and we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Avatar. You got hold on a minute. You got our highest gifter. And thank you so much, Bridget. You came in second, so you'll have an additional card in your reading. If anybody else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We are also at 21.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. Thank you so much, dear. And thank you, Lifelong, for the follow. Thank you for encouraging everyone to tap the screen, Andrea. And yesterday, Esteban, hold on a minute. I got to read over some of these comments. Grand Rising, Esteban. Good to see you today. To be fair, I only wanted one or two. I only wanted one or two out of the retrograde, just a little, a reprieve. Well, you're getting it. Esteban, yesterday and the whole week felt heavy, annoying. Today is good. Well, I'm glad to hear you're having some easement today, Esteban. Grand Rising, Avatar, extra emotions this week. I know. There's going to be, that's what we can expect with these planets coming, stationing direct. Yeah, I've been feeling really activated this week. Thank you as well, Minnie. I always like that word, hyperbole. We've been talking about it all week, Dada. It's onomatopoetic, right? There's a lot of, it allows for a lot of that, like pulling out and pushing out and pulling back in. Thank you for confirmation, Yin. 100% how other people perceive you isn't your problem unless it's true. Tap to claim. Thank you as well, Yin. Grand Rising, good. And thank you as well, dear. Not your trauma. Exactly. I love that one. Oh, you saw Lion King on Broadway. That's wild. Yeah, I know. Sometimes you have to pop. You got to pop and show them something. No, this is not pre-recorded, Rita. I know. I mean, it's 12 days of Christmas. Surely we can pop off a little. Like I said, if you're going to pop off, make sure that it's something that feels like it's moving in a productive way, is what I keep on seeing. I've been wanting to pop off for no reason. I mean, that's the energy right now. I have to talk. Oh, Lord, Bridget. Yeah, I definitely have to pop off this week. I wouldn't be frustrated if I didn't care. Exactly. I like that. Exactly. You're so welcome, Ian. Thank you as well, Avatar. I think we should all just take note. Pop out for a second, not all the way. Yes. Oh, Lord, I know. No, I don't want them coming back right now, Bridget. That was getting exhaustive. Sin rocking. Yep, I gotta rock the Eagles right now. Has come out today. If the Eagle has to come out, that'd be very funny if it did, didn't it? Hi there, Annalise. This week has had some intense energy for sure. But here's the thing. We can navigate intensity, right? We navigate intensity with proportionality. All right, we are going to get started, though, on personal readings. The first person we are reading for today, if anybody wants to get on the list right now, it's an absolutely lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, friends, when we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. And the first person we are reading for today is going to be Minnie. Minnie, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And also, if you missed the daily collective read, it'll be up later today on the place where we keep the videos. It'll also be up on the place where we keep the photos. It'll also be up as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my stack. Before we get started on Minnie's reading, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the salmon. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I am going to pin up Minnie here. Make sure to give Minnie some love. And let me just pull up your question in the disco. Just a reminder to anybody joining us, if you have information that you feel is relevant for our readings, if you have a past life that you would like more information on, or if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, you can include that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only disco channel in the appropriate channel. All right. Woo! Your cards just flew out, Minnie. I've already got them here, so we're in good shape. Hold on a minute, please. Okay. Okay, Minnie, outside tea. I sense I'm on the cusp of a significant breakthrough, which is triggering intense discomfort, activation, and a feeling of being ungrounded. Past relational patterns are resurfacing, specifically the tendency to wear a protective mask around my partner. While am fully authentic with my friends and family, their presence sometimes creates overstimulation caused by maintaining this mask. I'm exhausted by the constant nervous system activation this requires, but moving forward feels like taking a leap into a lake of piranhas with fear that they will ultimately reject my true unmasked self. What guidance does spirit have for me as I stand on the threshold of this breakthrough? How can I integrate the two sides of myself and navigate the fear that arises from revealing my authentic self so that my nervous system can find peace and grounding in their presence? What a beautiful question. You've already got your cards out. Wow, and there's a lot of them here too. So we're going to get to it. So what I'm seeing here, and I think that this is really important. I feel like they've got the same exact fear of rejection. You know, I'm identifying and recognizing a circumstance or situation. It's hard to be seen, right? And I feel like particularly and especially in relationality to um, building into an energetic connection with another person, it can often feel like that vulnerability can often feel energetically devastating. But the thing I want to kind of point out in relationality to something that I'm observing here, and I think that this is really significant and important, is I feel like the space by which you're talking towards um, and I want to discuss we're going to discuss this a little bit because you're articulating about two different things, okay? You're talking about the fact that you feel like you're on the cusp of a significant breakthrough, okay? And you're also talking about the fact that there are energies around you that have seen and love you in your authentic self, right? Now, the thing that we keep on seeing that's happening there is when we are in our authenticity, the only thing that should scare another is ugliness, right? The only thing, the only thing to be wary of, if there's ugliness in your authenticity, then that's the only space by which your authenticity would energetically scare off someone. But this is often, I feel like what's really happening here is potentially the observation of recognizing and understanding. Like I feel like I see modalities of past connection that another found you in your vulnerability and did not see ugly there, but tried to convince you that there was something ugly there, is what I keep on getting. That is what I keep on seeing in relationality to something. And I feel like that's a conversation. I would actually say that is the conversation to potentially facilitate in relationality to some of those who are close to you, which is like I keep on seeing um, if there was something about the only way your authenticity is going to move you further away from a connection is if there's something there that you haven't resolved, if there's something there that you haven't worked through. And often, and I want to see this too, because the thing about it is I've got a guide that's stepping forward to you and saying, what ugliness? You know? Like, and I keep on hearing this from some karmics that said, oh, you've got an ugly side, but was it an ugly side, or was it an ugly side that was coming forward to energetically protect you from something that wasn't in your best interest, is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like this is often what we talk about. Like, this is what we talk about in relationality to shadow work. You know, there's a misconception. You know, there's a misconception about the fact that, and I feel like this is like, and I keep on seeing, like, this is the space by which you potentially are doing some kind of shadow work. There's the space by which there are parts of ourself, right? And I want you to understand this, and the way I want you to kind of calibrate that for you on this is there are parts of ourself that we find cringe. And then there are parts of ourself that are ugly, that we're working on resolving. And when we're building into a spiritual context, we are working on resolving the ugly parts of ourselves as best as we can, right? They exist with everyone. But here's how you're going to resolve that modality by which you're afraid that something that makes you odd or bizarre is going to move someone away from you. I want you to think about the person that you care more about than anyone else on this earth. Okay? Now, I want you to think about the weirdest thing that they do. Do you love them more for that? Or do you love them less for that? The funny thing about it is the cringe that we feel about our weirdness is usually something that we ourselves feel about it. And everybody else who we care about gets to delight in it. That's why it's nice to own our weird, because when we own our weird, it's just the observation that often the space by which we feel weird, another person is holding it with a point of endearment. Like, our weird becomes endearing to those that we care about, so long as our weirdness is not ugly, right? And what is ugly, right? Ugly is something that feels mean, right? Ugly is something by which we haven't fully worked something out. So I keep on hearing the message from your guide. As long as how you feel is the anxiety of another person navigating your weird, right? And not the space by which there's something energetically ugly there. Like there's like some kind of ugliness there. Then that ability of doing so, right? Like that modality or that situation by which you articulate, you being able to come into your authenticity is giving them the ability to find endearment there. I want you to write that down. You coming into your authenticity, even if it's weird, is giving them the opportunity to find endearment there. Because the energy that's for you is going to find your weird delightful, right? They're going to delight in your weird. They're not going to revile it. And often the unfortunate thing is we often have those experiences on unhealthy alignment, right? One of the ways we can usually identify unhealthy alignment are modalities or experiences by which we explain, like we articulate our weird, and another person does not see the energetic beauty in it. And 9 times out of 10 when that occurs, it has more to do with their insecurity than it does with our weirdness, so long as it's not energetically. I feel like the thing is, I feel like in a way, there, not only do you have to write that down, but you have to say you're in the process of healing from some insecure energy, right? Because insecure energy sees weird and worries too much about what other people think, rather than allowing the vibration of embracing, of the embracing point of being able to delight in one another, is what I keep on getting, is all I keep on seeing. And I think that that's really important, because I just keep on hearing it's a two, the guide's saying it's a twofold, it's two parts to it. Not only are you saying when you come into your authenticity, you give another person the opportunity to find endearment there, but they're also saying you're in the process of healing from insecure energy that was not authentic, and felt like they could not build into their own authenticity. And when someone hasn't done the work to build into their own authenticity, they can never match or meet another's. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, right? Not as so long, I keep on hearing, so long as that authenticity, right? So long as that authenticity is one that is, like, I keep on hearing, the authenticity that you are proud of, right? The authenticity that is I keep on hearing the authenticity that is the openness of the self, that allows for the feeling of vulnerability. And what's hard about those modalities or experiences is every time we move towards them, it feels like, it's like I keep on hearing, like you're working on navigating through your own cringe, right? You're working on navigating through those experiences. I keep on seeing those I keep on hearing, like those cringe like experiences by which we try to navigate or articulate something that we're trying to do in a better way. And I keep on getting that, like that, I keep on hearing they're only cringe to you, right? But I keep on hearing the reason that they're cringe to you is because I keep on getting, I feel like somebody tried to put insecurity there. And I keep on getting, whose insecurity was it? As long as your weird isn't hurting another person, right? Then it shouldn't, I keep wondering, as long as your weird does not hurt another person, then it's not the space by which it's requiring the identification point of being able to change it. Because I keep on hearing that your ability to evolve into your eccentricities, like I feel like there's something about this that feels very important on your own energetic journey. And I do feel like I see the fact that you're letting go of some tendencies of over perfection, right? Because traumatic spaces make us feel like we have to be perfect to be loved. Healthy spaces remind us that love is literally the vibration of understanding that we work to find, we work to perfect together, right? It doesn't require us to be perfect all the time. It requires the observation of what it is that we're trying to do in a better way. So I keep on seeing, I keep on hearing, every time that you become, think about every time you move into your authenticity, you're offering them an invitation, right? You're offering them an invitation to meet your authenticity with their authenticity. I feel like that's what you have to write down as well. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Minnie. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Okay, and the next person, I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hi, Per, how are you doing today? Excellent. Eagle's your animal today. I love it. That was supposed to say hind. That it is beautiful. I just hide my weirdness. I want to be cringe and free. Exactly. I definitely love them more for that. Hi, Per, how are you doing today? My weirdness feels vulnerable and fragile. That's what it usually is, right? That's what it feels like to embrace our weirdness, right? Embracing our weirdness is literally, it will literally feel vulnerable and fragile as you do it. That's not unique. That's a condition by which we navigate it. It's like a gift I don't want to give everyone, but I really want to be my authentic self. Well, and here's the thing again, that when we don't give gifts to everyone, right? That those rare, precious few have earned the right to your authenticity, right? And I think that when you recognize that like when you identify it as a gift, like that's how you can navigate it. Be like, I remember when you give someone a gift, that you learn everything you need to from the way that they energetically receive it, right? Let that be a moment by which you observe, don't absorb. I love that. I'm going to write that down. This sounds beautiful. Endearment after authenticity. Oh, have fun, Bridget. I'm also doing the shadow work in my sleep, apparently. Sending you support, dear. Probably me too. It's a theme for a while. I know we're getting like like yesterday was like all shadow work dreams. There were so many. I know the perfection wound. This is us, Minnie. Yeah, I definitely have been working on that perfection wound. I had to step back. Sending you support, Maka. Why people put that ish on us? It's rude. Oh, I know, Mickey. Sending you support, dear. Yeah, like where'd this standard come from? And Kimberly, thank you for the follow. You're welcome, Minnie. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person we're reading for today is Avatar. Avatar, congratulations on winning our highest gifter. Could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else would like to get on the list today, it's a wonderful time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. How are you doing today, Maka? All right. And while we wait for Avatar's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. I'm going to pull them out. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the fox. Thank you for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And also, friends, if you are a superfan who would like access to our superfan only disco, message me a disco gift during this live by hitting the orange icon. I'll be happy to add you to the list. If you would like to have a coupon code for our class next week, message me the word class. And if you would like to get information on our trip, message me the word trip. Thank you. All right. Okay, no problem, Avatar. I'll look for it there. Is it inside T or outside T? All right. Oh, I'm so glad to hear you're doing well. Lisa, are you on the list, dear? Did you get on the list? Did I miss you getting on the list? If you got on the list right now, you'll be the next person after Avatar. Okay. No, you have nothing to apologize for, Avatar. This is what we talk about. If you've got information that's relevant for our readings, put it up in the disco or post it in the notes when you send the donation. You don't have to apologize for it. Yours was close. No problem, dear. Okay, let's get to it. And let me just pull up the information. Just bear with me a moment. Is this inside T or outside T? Avatar. Interesting. Okay, thank you. Okay, this is a question about an energetic connection in terms of whether to reach out or not. Apparently, there's statements about drawing a line in the sand over not having clarity of direction or trust that has been broken, but they've apparently been still healing from something that they walked away from. Interesting. They've come recently back into your circle. Should you be the bigger person again? The reading you gave to another was screaming at me. Okay. I don't want to miss the opportunity to talk in person. Okay, can I please get, can I get 4 cards, please? Highest priority messages. And before we continue, let's go ahead and do an intuition check. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a beautiful time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. The list is nice and short if you'd like to claim that spot. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10. And when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the eagle. Nikki, look at you. You manifested it. And thank you so much, Gab, for getting on the list. You'll be read for after Avatar. All right. No way. I got you on the list, Gabrielle. You're already a guest. Okay. Sometimes I send a small essay. I know you. It's all right. I don't mind a lot of content to read on. And let me just pull up Avatar here. If anyone else wants to get on, you'll be the 3rd person read for. Where'd they go? Okay. 4 cards. And 2 more, please. Now, the first thing I need to stress about this is we don't put our autonomy in the cards, right? We don't look to the cards to make our decisions for us. But the cards do have some advice on this. Was it an honest mistake? Was the lack of clarity an honest mistake? Was the lack of clarity an honest mistake? I just keep on hearing somebody articulate that. And the way you can usually tell that something is an honest mistake has to do with the ability of another person explaining their energetic actions, is what I keep on seeing. And if this is a situation, I keep on hearing like this is effectively this is what they want you to take into consideration on it. And I need to point this out. I need to stress this. Typically, when you bring up to another person something that was an honest mistake, they will apologize for it, is what I keep on seeing. When another person brings something to our attention that it's an honest mistake, the ability of another person to immediately come into the modality, I keep on hearing, when somebody is willing to do something better and we bring something to their attention, the sound we should hear is, I am so sorry, is what I keep on hearing. When we bring something to another person's attention, right, and they're willing to take accountability for it, the sound we should hear is, I am so sorry. I didn't mean it. I am mortified at myself. It's the observation of someone that is able to understand this space that I keep on hearing, we give things to each other so that we can do better. So if this person was in that space by which they articulated and said, like, I'm very sorry about that. But if this is a situation by which you articulated to someone, and and instead of them being able to articulate and amplify and come towards accountability, they got defensive, they got reactive. I'm going to take a moment. Listen, Alexandra, we're big fans of Joshua here, But please don't spam the comments by articulating that they're coming. You know, they were not really that stressed about it. Like, we shouldn't be that stressed about it either. So you're willing to stay, but I'm going to ask you politely to please stop spamming the live. Okay, thank you. All right, relax. Go take a sip of water. No, and now getting back to your reading. Sorry, Avatar. You know, and this is what I mean. If instead, and speaking of which, instead of them just being like, you know, I took time to think about what you said. You're like totally right. Like, instead of, they're like, you know, I mean, like reactive, like immediately coming into those modalities or experiences by which they try. I keep on hearing like if they can't, like, I like to point this out. When we give each other notes, the sound we should hear is thank you. It shouldn't feel like it shouldn't feel like somebody, you know what I mean? Like coming into those modalities or experiences by which we amplify or articulate, you know? And I feel like I see something here, you know? And I keep on, and I feel like that is what you have to navigate. And I keep on seeing, is it your responsibility to be the one to reach out? Where did you leave it? I know that you know that they're coming. They know that they're coming too. So I want, and I feel like there's something really, and I keep on hearing there's something really energetically important about that. And I keep on hearing, where did you leave that last conversation? Because I keep on hearing, if you left the conversation waiting for an apology, and you're trying to connect with them because you're going, like, I keep on hearing, if you're going to a conversation like this, then it's not going to be energetically productive, which is the space by which, like, it's potentially going to lead to another fight. Because if they know, I keep on hearing, if they know that they owe you and they're really healed, right? If they know that they owe you an apology and they're really on a healing journey, what would they be doing right now? They'd be reaching out to apologize, right? That's what we do. When someone's healed, we don't have to chase after them and be like, I heard you're healed. I've heard you've been healing. I was wondering if you had anything for me. I heard you've been healing. Please, I heard you've been healing. I just came here because I heard you've been healing. You know, I heard I heard down the grapevine you've been doing a lot of work on yourself, and I was just coming by. I was just coming by to see if you can reach out if you're the one taking accountability. If you feel like there's a modality by which you recognize that you are hot-headed, if you were like, oh, I shouldn't have said that. Like, you know, I mean, like, if something feels like something that you were communicating ran off the rails, okay, is what I keep on hearing from your guide. If you want to say to somebody, you know what, things ran off the rails the last time we spoke, I want to come towards you. Like, I keep on hearing, you can reach out if you are the one who feels the energetic accountability point that you want to give, right? But make sure, I keep on hearing, the thing that you want to avoid is reaching out to someone, wanting to connect, but not necessarily wanting to connect, waiting to hear the apology they energetically owe you. Because the funny thing about it, apologies, you don't ever have to chase after an apology. When someone knows they owe us one and they're truly in a good place, they'll deliver it, right? They'll deliver it. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Because the one thing you want to avoid is a situation by which you effectively facilitate connecting with them. And then you sit down and they start acting like nothing's ever happened, because they're going to look at it and be like, oh, they're finally over it. Right? Right? And then there's a modality of them, then you holding on to resentment, and you're waiting. You're just sitting there waiting, like, you're just waiting, you're stomping your feet. You're just waiting, and they're acting like everything is copacetic because you're the one that reached out, which makes them feel like everything's blown over. Right? That's what you want to avoid, because I'll tell you right now, if that happens, it'll be the same situation on repeat, especially because I feel like that was the nature of the last time you guys met. I feel like that is exactly what happened last time you met. Like I feel like this has been like, I feel like this is the second time. And I need to stress this because, and I know, like, I know the desire here, like, and I keep on saying, I know the desire here for, and I feel like the desire for closure is profound. We get very, like, the problem with desiring closure is that it often comes from experiences by which we don't share the same manifestation goals. And so I keep on hearing the same caveat on this, okay? If there's something that you need to clarify, if there's something that has changed in relationality to something that you articulated to another, in terms of where you left it, if your perception on things has adjusted, then by all means reach out. But if this is a situation by which you're effectively articulating and identifying, and especially if this is a conversation that you had in relationality to another person that owes you that apology, right? If you had a conversation with them that they owe you an apology and you were willing to receive it, but instead of giving it to you, all they were doing was projecting it back to you, right? Being defensive, or worse, coming up with other things that you did to merit the thing that they did. I keep on hearing, remember, I'm hurt. I was hurt is never an excuse for doing something, because energy that articulates the fact that they'll do anything when they're hurting will immediately become the most sensitive energy on the planet, right? I was hurt is never a valid reason for doing something. Because when somebody tells their brain that they can do anything when they're hurt, anticipate that that will become the most sensitive person on the planet, because you just gave an operating instruction to your brain that says we can do anything so long as I find some reason to feel hurt. You'll find pain where pain didn't even exist. You will find grievance. You will find grievance in the most delightful place on earth, right? Hurt does not change our purpose. Our intention stays clear regardless of the hurt that we're energetically experiencing. And I keep on seeing this with that. So I keep on getting, if they know what they owe you and they know where you stand, right? If you reach out, if this is a situation, unless something has changed, I keep on hearing anticipate a rerun is what I keep on hearing. Right? I can see somebody that wishes to connect with you as well, but it's like, this is a point of contention, right? The point of contention requires rectification. And sending you so much support on that journey, Avatar. This message connected to you as well. And I got a lot of cards. Again, so long as, again, you're very clear as to what they could do to rectify it. You know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind There are two things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. All right, and just bear with me as I read over the comments that came through as I was reading. The only time, hold on a minute. Probably not. The only time I've gotten that, if it's only strategic. I'm not sure what that, I'm not sure what you meant by that statement, Avatar, if you want to clarify. Speaking of reactive, I heard my name and my heart. No, not Alexandra. 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 Yes, relax. We are all deep breathing. There's a woodpecker pecking on your house right now. It's super annoying, but it feels weirdly relevant. That's hilarious. But like that's what I mean. Like that's the thing about it though. I can see it. Like where you left it, I can understand why it would be bothering. It would it like it, who would it would be like because it feels like something that would be easy resolved, but it's like nothing is more frustrating when you literally give I feel like if you give someone the path work and saying all you have to do is come into accountability on something. But even in, and I need to point out, when you have made the path so clear to someone that you say all you need to do is take accountability, and we would be copacetic, right? Like when you say to someone, when you literally clear the path of your own healing, I feel like you've pre-packaged your own healing for someone. You've literally created a path. You've created a path. You're like, all you have to do, look, I did all the healing here. Look, I've already gone through the process of healing it. Like this is all you have to do for everything to return back to the way it is just take accountability for the fact that it occurred. And someone is like, no. you're like, you're like, it's right here. It's all you need to do. All you need to do. Just take accountability for it. It'll be fine. And someone's like, no. It's like, what can you do? What can you do? Like, yeah, that would bother me too. Yeah, very true. It's loud. It sounds like someone's hammering. Oh, interesting. Oh, I felt like they were trying to keep me in a holding pattern again. Well, and I need to point this, like, if you feel like that, the way you'll know they're not is if they do something that's different, right? If they articulate that something's changed, you know? That's what happened. Yeah. Oh my. Yeah. Okay. You're doing great. It's a hard lesson. I know. I didn't want it to be, but here's the thing about it. You listen, you know, it's not your ego. If you're worried that it's your ego, then the way you can usually tell is what would you have that person do to fix it? Okay? So if you're worried that it's your ego, if there's something very simple that someone needs to do to fix something, that's not your ego. The ego asks for ridiculous things. The ego asks for ridiculous things. Okay? The higher self asks for reasonable stuff. You know? You're welcome, Avatar. Yeah, exactly. I kind of did. Thank you for confirmation, Avatar. Hi, Yaz. How are you doing? If you have the ability to step out of that, it costs you your peace. Well, it's not always, here's the thing about it. It's not about stepping out of things that cost our peace. We step out of things, we do that, right? We sometimes have those modalities by which we push out of our comfort zone to try to bring peace towards things, but it requires reciprocity, right? It requires acknowledgement. That's very helpful. It's so hard when you feel like accountability is a strategy and not genuine. No, that's very true. Very, very true, Nikki. Right? But I keep on hearing there's something important about it, right? Because I need to point this out. Like the difference, but the ability to take accountability is the observation that something occurred, right? It's the observation that something occurred. Yeah, that's just not a person. Exactly. You can't get anywhere. You can't work to fix anything if someone refuses to admit that something happened. Yeah, reciprocity and accountability, right? Beautifully stated. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list is Gabrielle. Gabrielle, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a lovely time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We're also at 31.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Almost. Yeah, exactly. And guys, just a reminder, if you are a super fan who is not a part of our super fan only disco yet, go ahead and send me a disco gift and I'll send you the invite to the disco. If you would like to get on, if you'd like a discount to our class program that's next week, message me the word class. And if you want info on our trip, message me the word trip. Okay. And I see you, Gabrielle. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, beautiful time to get on the list. You'll be the third person read for. Before we get started on Gabrielle's reading, let's do an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the bear. Thank you, guys. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. Okay. All right, Gabrielle, just reading over your comments. So there's been something going on that I'm not aware of, that I'm not aware about yet, but I'm trying to navigate what? They said, they're so sad. I'm not with them anymore. And your boss, wait, I started reading Yaz instead of, hold on, Yaz, you confused me. I started reading Yaz's and Gabrielle's together, and I was like, whoa, what's happening? Let me try this again. Oh, Yaz, I told you. Sorry, hold on, shelf that. I got to do, but we'll get back to that. Okay, sorry, Gabrielle. There's been something going on that I'm not aware about yet, but I'm trying to navigate what happened in my relationship. I've been ghosted, and then weird things happening that don't make sense. Ooh, okay. Okay. All right. Sending you support on that, dear. I guess we're looking for an energetic read to kind of figure out what's going on. Whatever you can tell me will help. I got you. All right. And guys, I'm going to pin up Gabrielle here. Guys, make sure to give Gabrielle some love. All right. 4 cards, please. I feel like you have to have a conversation. Like it's interesting because I have one of your guides that keeps on asking when I read for you, is this person mature enough for the relationship that you're seeking with them? Is this energy mature enough? to be in the relationship that you're seeking with them. Because, and the way you can usually recognize that is energy that is not mature enough for a relationship isn't looking for stability, they're looking for experiences. The sign of maturation in a relationship is the difference between someone that is looking for stability versus experiences. And I think that this kind of returns back to the space by which I kept on hearing when I'm reading for you. You are a destination, not a vacation. You are a destination, not a vacation, which is not the space by which another person sees looks forward. Like I keep on hearing, this is why, like if somebody looks forward to seeing you, there's something about that that feels like it is a distress call, because the space by which I keep on hearing, it shouldn't require buildup. It should require something that is just, I keep on hearing, it shouldn't require help. Like I keep on hearing, it shouldn't require all this planning. And I keep on hearing, be very conscientious of someone that seems like there's a hesitancy point in recognizing the fact that you and them have entered a routine. Because often, like I keep on hearing, when we're in a healthy space and we have routines, we love it. Routines are rituals, right? Routines become the things that energetically stabilize us, that fortify us, that allow us the space by which we look forward to something. But when we're not ready for a relationship and we start feeling that routine set in, right? That articulation or the amplification in being able to recognize or identify what one is trying to do, but not just what one is trying to do, but I keep on hearing like some kind of energetic resistance point in being able to articulate that there's a routine between you and them. I keep on seeing that the conversation you need to have is whether this energy is mature enough to be in relationship. Because I keep on getting it too. Like the thing I keep on getting, things should get more enmeshed as we move deeper into relationship with one another. They shouldn't get more complicated. So I keep on hearing, like, make sure you're having a conversation with someone on what your standards are. Make sure you're having a conversation with someone. And I keep on, and here's the thing about it. I wouldn't be surprised, and here's how you're going to know. If you try to articulate what your standards are, and this energy says, I guess I can't do anything, I haven't done anything, be like, yeah, that's the issue. Relationships have responsibilities attached to them. Relationships have responsibilities attached to them. And if this is the energy that is, I keep on hearing, if this is the energy that you keep on trying to build into responsibility with, right? If these are situations by which you understand and identify what those responsibilities are, and those are the modalities by which they're saying, I'm and I can see this. I can see this energy trying to be like, well, like what, like I keep wondering, don't let them try to imagine that your expectations are an illusion. Because when we're in healthy relationship, we manage our expectations with steadiness, right? The expectation that we build upon becomes the reliability point. And so if this is a situation by which, if you're moving deeper into connection and they're articulating the fact that they love the time with you, right? And then you're trying to build more of it, but then they start pulling away and then they come back and they're articulating the fact that they love it. Imagine they're experiencing their ideal. That is their ideal. And the problem is when someone's not in a place of maturation and they're experiencing everything that they desire, right? Healthy relationship, we do our best to navigate and make sure that we have mutual manifestation goals. So make sure you're having a conversation upon what your ideal relationship is versus where you are. Because I just keep on seeing a situation by which another person is trying to articulate upon the fact that they say, I like it just the way it is. But the thing is, when another person isn't moving in their authenticity, they'll be afraid to say, I like it just the way it is, because if they recognize that you yourself don't, they'll be worried about it going away. So I feel like you really need to make sure that I keep wondering, you really need to articulate to someone I keep wondering what is and is not appropriate as it relates to setting reasonable routines and expectations. And I keep on hearing it should become less work, not more work, the deeper that you move into union with someone. It should not be something, I keep wondering, it should not be something that requires, like, I keep wondering, you shouldn't have to feel the need to chase someone down to figure out when you're going to see them again. And I keep wondering, especially if this is something in relationality to making plans. In relationship, we don't, relationships, we are each other's priorities. We don't make plans for one another. We prioritize each other. And so pay attention if someone is treating you like a plan instead of a priority, especially if you are prioritizing them. Bottom of the deck, yeah. Because again, I just keep on hearing the same message from one of your guides. Energy that is not mature enough for a relationship looks for experiences instead of stability, right? The space by which we identify that a healthy relationship is the ability to build with each other a deeper, exquisite experience. But if this is an energy that keeps on articulating upon how much they love it, and I'm sure this is the type of energy when they're with you that it's probably wonderful, right? It's the same thing I keep on seeing. You are a destination. You are not a vacation. That ability to energetically observe and recognize that you could be the highlight. You could be the highlight of someone's week. They could be completely serious in how much they care about you in that way. But that is not the same as a prioritized enmeshed relationship, right? The highlight, right? The bright spot of another person's experience. And usually you can tell this if it's so great and you're saying to them, we could do this every day. And they say, right? They're not in the space by which they're mature enough for a relationship because they're seeing you as an experience instead of a priority. So make sure you're having a healthy conversation on what that actually looks like on a sustainable timeline. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Gabrielle. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. We are also at 35.8K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. Ooh, hold on a minute. Yep. What am I scrolling up on, Nikki? Yes, absolutely. We'll definitely put that on a shelf for a reading, Yaz. Yeah, that's wild. Thank you guys for each supporting each other in the comments. When you're together, they act totally different. Yeah, I can see this. It's the same thing I keep on hearing. You are a destination, not a vacation. This is real. Yeah, it's okay. I think it was a blessing in disguise. Sending you support on that too, Maka. I definitely, the question, here's the thing about it. When someone's not ready for a real relationship, the problem is not about care, right? They can care about you. They can care about you like profoundly, but it doesn't mean that they want the same things as you. This is great advice. Thank you, Avatar. This is so, I know, this is so unfair and unvalidating. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Yeah, I want you and I want you vibes. Yes, thank you, dear. And Nikki, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Excellent. And thank you as well. All right, let's continue right now. And thank you guys so much for supporting each other. The next person on the list for today is, and I like to point this out, the way you can usually tell is the healthy relationship is having mutual goal setting in terms of like what you can reasonably expect. Yeah. No, I understand. Yes. Whenever you want to have that reading. The next person on the list for today is Lisa. But if you want to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the second person read for. The next person on the list for today is Lisa. Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And also, friends, we're at 37K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Yeah, Yaz, the giveaways never lose their validity. You just need to tell me the date and I'll add you back to the list. And KT, if you want to get on the list, all you need to do is send the donation via my tree that has Binks in it and Mylayo. Okay. You loved, I know, I was like, I read for it, but like, sometimes it's nice to be validated in what you read for. And sometimes, it's like support your readers by confirming when their readings are correct. Support your local. This is a reminder to support your local reader when their readings are confirmed. It makes us feel good. It makes us feel good. It helps us. It's good. All right. Mutual goals doesn't mean coming to an understanding as well, even if it's settling for what feels comfortable. Well, yeah, I think we talk about this, like healthy relationships, finding the happy medium. We don't have to be completely lockstep in relationality to what we want to manifest, but you got to be on the same page in relationality to what that looks like from the day to day, I'm afraid I don't do medical readings here, Brian, but sending you support on that journey. And thank you for the follow. I appreciate you feel that way. I do my best. Yeah, I appreciate that. Readers supporting readers, So, all right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list right now, is Lisa. Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Okay. Well, and this is what we mean. Like, that's the thing about it. Like, Maka, you're saying it. Like, you can have attraction for someone, but be like, we want way different things. You know what I mean? But here's the thing: mature energy recognizes that. Like, they just like you can just explain, you can just articulate that to another person. You know what I mean? Like, that's what we talk about with maturity, being like, that person I feel compelled to, but boy, we are not energetically in sync in relationality, the manifestation goal. Like, that's how it works. Yep, hashtag readers supporting readers, exactly. All right, second call right now for Lisa. Lisa, are you still here? All right, I don't know where Lisa went, but the list is now open. Yaz, did you want to get on the list? Can you confirm if you want to get on the list? I just need the date. Well, and this is what I mean, like, and this is what we talk about here, Maka. Like, we never want to have a situation by which, like, you never want to have a situation by which someone isn't being clear about their manifestation goals, right? And I think that that's a big issue that we have in our culture. For some reason, we've made it like anathema to talk about the fact that we have manifestation goals in relationship. It should be the first conversation, not the last conversation. You know, it shouldn't be something, it shouldn't be building, it shouldn't be something that we build up towards. It should be the thing that we talk about first and foremost. Thank you as well. All right, I'm not sure where Yaz went, and I'm not sure where Lisa went. But if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for. Do you want to form an alliance? That's what it is. Again, that's basically, do you want to form an alliance with me to mutual manifestation goals in a relationship? You know, I know it's awful. It's ridiculous. Like, I don't know where this like wild concept came, that it's somehow uncouth to talk about manifestation goals before we get to know each other. It's like, no, don't get to know. Why would you build a connection with someone? Why would you risk building a connection with someone who's got vastly different manifestation goals than you? Never are we more dangerous. Never is there more dangerous sound than saying to another person, let's just see where this takes us. Because you know, like, it will not, usually never good. No, never a good place. It's never like, it's awful, because you usually find out halfway through, being like, oh, what? You want what? Huh? You know? It's not great. Yeah, or with someone I have to speak, yeah, 10 different ways. But here's the thing about it. Like, again, it takes time, and again, and I also like to point out, we can talk to each other with our manifestation goals, but not commit them to each other. You know, like, it's not the space by which we articulate, right? Like, I don't understand why it's so complicated. But it is. And that's why we do the work to heal ourselves, because the more we heal ourselves, the easier it gets. All right. Let's continue right now. I'm still looking for, and again, like, there's no greater crime than wasting each other's time. You know, like, there's no greater crime. All right, thank you so much. The next person we're reading for today, I'm still looking for Lisa or Yaz. Lisa or Yaz, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And in the meantime, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book a private reading on my site. We do here highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, Akashic, and mind, body, spirit. Also, we're at 39.4K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. And thank you for sharing the live, Maka. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. As we wait for the individuals who are on the list to get back, why don't we get started on 1 card readings for subscribe? Never mind, Lisa's back. Lisa, could you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. Perfect timing. Also, friends, if you are a subscriber who has not yet had access to our subscriber-only Disco channel, just go ahead and send me a Disco gift, and I will send you an invite to the Disco. If you would like a coupon on our class program, message me the word class, and if you would like information on the trip, message me the word trip. Lisa, can you let me know if we're doing a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And while we wait for Lisa's question, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the Raven. We'll do that again after the next reading. Lisa, I still haven't seen your question come through, so you might need to rephrase it. Or you might need to put, oh, I'm honing in on my plans this year to grow my income. I want guidance from my spirit team on who and what is best for me to pull in. I got you, dear. 4 cards, please. And guys, well, let me pin up Lisa here. Make sure to give Lisa some love. 4 cards, please, for Lisa. 2 more. I mean, the thing I'm seeing, I feel like I need to point this out. Like, I feel like I see you, like, like it's giving, like, the thing about it is, I feel like you're getting a little bit more hard-lined on things, is what I keep on seeing. And I think that there's something really, like, valuable and important there. But what I'm identifying is, like, I feel like it's you. Hold on. First of all, it's you finding, I feel like this is you finding more confidence in talking about yourself, is what I keep on getting. Like, that's the first part. You know, like, I feel like there's something, I feel like there's something about that. And I keep on hearing, like, the best way to do it is to do it. The best way to do it is to do it. I keep wondering, you're going to do it, you're not going to like it as you do it, and you're going to do it anyway, is what I keep on seeing. The only way to get better is the only way to get better at something is just repeating. I keep on hearing, like, you know, you getting better at something is you doing something, is cringing less and less and less in relationality to you effectively doing something. And so I just keep on seeing some kind of modality or experience where, like, I just feel like that is, like, and I think that the other thing I see you doing is, I feel like I see you getting much more holding yourself to some kind of routine, is what I keep on getting. Like, some kind of routine that you're holding yourself to. And the thing about it is, I keep on hearing nobody is going to respect the routine until you articulate the fact that the routine is sacrosanct. Nobody is going to respect the routine until you articulate that the routine is sacrosanct. And so I feel like a lot of that work that you're identifying is, I feel like that is the shape of it. And I feel like it's interesting because, like, I just keep on getting whatever this is entirely amplified by the fact that you're sticking to that routine. So I want you to make sure that you're taking this time right now to kind of plot out, like, what your perfect day looks like what the shape of it is, because something about the shape of that day is going to help fortify you. And I think it's a little bit difficult because I do feel, like there are some modalities or circumstances by which, it's interesting too, because I keep on hearing the way you're going to make room for it is there's some things you're going to stop doing, is what I keep on getting too. Like, they're saying, you know, I don't know why I keep on hearing the word gratis around you, which is like, I don't know why I keep on hearing the word gratis around you. And the thing about gratis is, like there should never, I feel like there's, I don't know why I keep on seeing some kind of situation by which, like I feel like I've got a very complicated conversation that's happening right now in relationality to your energy, which is the amplification. Like I feel like you need to understand that your energy is precious. And I keep on hearing, when we understand that energy is precious, we don't haggle over something. And often, I keep on hearing, often the space, often the recognition of someone who's willing, who tries to haggle with our energy, that should never be a space that we stay in. Because I keep on hearing that haggling never stops, is what I keep on hearing. Never, I keep on hearing never haggle. I keep on hearing you can haggle over things, right? You can haggle over objects. We don't haggle over the value of our energy, which is the observation that we articulate how much something takes us to do. And another person says, well, I know someone who's got precious energy for less. You say, go to them then. It's what you might like. It's like by all means. I keep on seeing you having to say to somebody, like, by all means, right? Because that observational point of being able to recognize and identify, like I keep on seeing the problem. I keep on hearing the thing with like, I keep on hearing the thing with haggling energy is that haggling energy never stops haggling, right? Haggling energy never stops haggling. It's not something, haggling energy never finds satisfaction in the point by which you arrive to a haggle point. It's the space by which, once they do that, I keep on hearing, if once somebody haggles with you, then you're in a perpetual state of haggling, which is the observation or the understanding that it's only a matter of time until they do it again, is what I keep on seeing, right? I keep on hearing that number is a point of entry for a reason, because I keep on seeing you having to explain to another. I keep on hearing that's you having to explain to another, like the energetic significance of something that you do. And so I feel like I see you, like it's interesting because you're articulating what you need to do. I keep on hearing you have to be firmer about things. You have to be less flexible. And I keep on hearing there's flexibility. I keep on hearing flexibility is a privilege. We give those who are respective to us, right? Flexibility is a privilege by which we give to those who are respectful to us. It's not I keep on hearing it's not a right that another person needs to demand, is what I keep on hearing. I'm not sure if this is something that's been an issue with you in the past, but I keep on seeing that there's something very significant and important about that in relationality to something that you're doing. Bottom of the deck on this reading, yeah, like I see this is you like firming up things, I feel like this is you taking something more seriously. And I keep on hearing when we firm up things, we become more rigid. And I do feel like there might be that modality of having to let others know about changes that are occurring, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on hearing changes are energetically reasonable, right? As long as they're proportional. Changes are reasonable so long as they're proportional. And so something about that proportionality is amplified and articulated by by the space of which you yourself are able to identify and recognize what it is that you're trying to do effectively. So I do feel like, in a way, like I think it's interesting because I see you getting very much into budgeting. But it's interesting because I see the budgeting that you're doing is not necessarily going to be monetary. It's going to be based on time, right? Like I keep on hearing like allocating for increments of time in your day. I keep on hearing like what are you like refining the budgeting of what you're putting your time towards. And I think it's interesting too, um, because it feels to me like I feel like it's interesting because I feel like it's almost like having to reintroduce yourself to someone in terms of some kind of new skill you have. I don't know if there's something here that you just got something included in your toolkit, but I keep on hearing that something, I feel like this is you introducing, like I keep wondering, this is you introducing something in. I keep wondering when you introduce yourself, like your others to yourself again, you can explain that something has changed. Because I think there's something interesting about that, because I feel like this is you getting much more specific in being able to tell another person how they can help you, but not just how you. I feel like something about what you do like requires a little bit of an educational element to it, like being able to tell another person, like, and I keep on hearing if something isn't common knowledge that you do, then helping others understand it is also the work that you do in helping to share it, is what I keep on hearing. So continue to do that as well, because I feel like I said, like I feel like this is the year that like I see you pushing your envelope, but I see you kind of pushing that envelope in the best way possible, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like stepping out of your comfort zone, finding the energetic confidence, but also like I keep wondering, finding the confidence, and I think it's interesting, finding the confidence to say yes to, but also finding the confidence to say no, right? Like I see you almost saying, like, I see this as like I feel like this is the year that you honor your no in relationality to another person, like coming towards you in some fashion of you being like, I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing too, if it's not, you get to arbitrate who you work with. And if you don't feel energetically, I keep wondering, if someone is not being respectful of you, you don't need to energetically work with them. I also see the space, like it's interesting, it's coming from one of your guides. You don't have to explain yourself to anybody, which is the space by which, and I keep on hearing, like the space by which it's like I keep on seeing, if spirit, if somebody shows you, if someone puts you in a state of energetic discomfort or distress, you can't work with them. They've ruined it. Right? Because I just keep on seeing the volatility that another person makes you experience. I like to point this out. I've seen people who close themselves off from readers, not recognizing that when you're like, you can't come towards you can't come towards somebody who works in the spirit space, like in a way by which you're approaching with your shadow, and then be surprised when someone says like, I can't work with you, no thank you, because it's the space by which you recognize, like you're effectively able to ask, you're like, there's the problem right there. Like, there's the problem, right? Being like, like you're not going to get anywhere if you wonder if the first pass that they're bringing towards you is their shadow. You'd be like, there's nothing I can, like, that's what I mean. Like, it's a space by which you can say, like, we can't get anywhere. The reading's not, like, the work's not going to be helpful, right? Because it's the observation, like it's the observation of being able to calibrate for like how we're effectively working to, like, it's like I keep on hearing, like the reading starts, like the reading starts in that first introduction, is what I keep on seeing. If somebody is articulate, I keep wondering if someone's already showing you, like if someone's already showing you an unwillingness, like, or I keep on hearing, if someone's already showing you a modality by which they feel like they energetically want to take advantage of you, right? There's no space by which any work you do for them is going to be helpful, because it's like I keep on seeing, you're already recognizing the deficit, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Lisa. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list. The list is open. It's interesting because like it's like a lot of the message was saying like no bully energy, you know, like no bully energy. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Okay. Grand Rising, Ella, good to see you. 1144. Oh, the portal. Yep, this resonates with me. Thank you as well, Jen, for the follow. It isn't a flea market, exactly. Firm about charging for my services. Yeah. Okay, you are a tarot reader. Excellent. Make sure you head over to our. Make sure you make over to our services point over on the in the disco and put your services there. Yeah, my ideas are around educating others on how it can be a tool for us. Beautiful. Very strong message. This is a message I needed to hear at the moment as well. Respectfully taking a lesson from here too. Absolutely, dear. Great message. Powerful. I'm super excited for this next chapter. Getting real. Absolutely. Hi there, Bridget. All right, we're going to continue right now. The list is open if anyone else wants to get on the list right now. I don't know where Yaz went. I think Yaz said that. Yaz, are you here? Did you want to claim that reading? All right, we're going to give Yaz another moment, but while we wait for Yaz, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Happy Friday, Pisces. All right, powerful. I'm super excited. I think you should be, you know, but like, I feel like it's interesting because I see this, like, I feel like it's very much you kind of coming into warrior mode, you know? How are you doing today, Julia? Could you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You will be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Absolutely, Ella. Let me just confirm. Bear with me a moment, please. I got you, dear. Ella, you're now on the list. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 3rd person read for. You're welcome, dear. Okay. No problem, Yaz. Yeah, no problem, dear. Hi there, Jess. How are you doing today? All right, while we wait for Julia's reading. Oh, I got it there. We're going to do an intuition check, and I've got the animal spirit guide cards here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the dog. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. And I am going to be pinning up Julia here. Let's make sure to give Julia some love. Deciding, okay, and what is opening up for me? All right, can I please get 4 cards for Lisa, please? 4 cards for, sorry, 4 cards for Julia. 4 cards for Julia. You know, it's interesting because I feel like there's some kind of seesaw energy connected to that. You know? Yeah. It's really interesting because I keep on getting the same message when I read for you. And it's interesting too because it really it says to me, um, I feel like there's something I keep on hearing. There's something in relationality to critique instead of criticism, is what I keep on hearing. Um, and I think it like whatever that is, like, like the energy that you're moving away from is very much like I keep on seeing it's like the energy of someone trying to articulate upon um I keep on hearing it's why I keep on hearing you can't say you don't like it. That's not a critique, is what I keep on hearing. A critique is being able to give something to someone that they can do better, is what I keep on getting. Not the space by which you just say that you don't like it because you feel like you get to arbitrate what taste is what I keep on hearing. And I keep on getting the same message with you, like for you. And I think that this is going to be like a little bit of a challenge point because um, I feel like I keep on seeing, like, this is the sound of you finding your niche. And unfortunately, like, the sound of you finding your niche is going to be very much amplified, right? Like, this is often what we hear as we're finding our niche. Um, you know, like, and I keep on hearing, like, somebody saying, like, you're a bit too much, right? And I keep on hearing, no, your niche will never see your muchness as a negative. They're going to see it as a positive. They're going to love those things about you, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something really important about that because whatever this is, like I keep on seeing the energy that you're moving away from I feel like it has to do, like I feel like there's something almost about it. I'm not sure if you had a conversation with someone or the modality. Like I keep on hearing like, and it's wild too, because you've got a guide coming through. Have you ever noticed the experience with someone who claims to be cool, but then you find out that they're uncool, is what I keep on hearing? Do you ever have those moments? Like somebody, I keep on hearing like somebody who goes like way out of their way to articulate how cool they are. And usually, like, do you ever notice like when you're cool, like I keep on hearing cool does not need a dissertation, is what I keep on getting. Cool does not require a dissertation in terms of like why that's what I keep on. And so I almost feel, I don't know what it is. I feel like you're going through those modalities by which somebody tries to convince, like I see these situations of someone trying really hard to convince you you're cool and being like, you know what? That's sus. It's like, you know what? That's sus. That's you you articulating how cool you are seems a little sus, is what I keep on getting. And I feel like that's the type of thing that I'm picking up on something here. I keep on hearing that what you're moving towards is not going to be sus at all. I feel like it's gonna feel right, is what I keep on hearing. It's not going to be an alarm bell. And I keep on, and like the thing about it too is it feels like a combination force of the head and the heart space. Look at this. You know, I feel like the energy you're moving towards prioritizes protecting the heart first and foremost. You know, like that's what's interesting about it. Whatever this is, do you see the position? Like this is a very unique queen here. because this is the energy that says to me, like the energy that you're moving towards, almost like I feel like it's not the energy that tries to make you excited. I feel like you're going to go towards someone that says, no, it's rough out there. We're here to protect your interests, is what I keep on seeing, right? Like not the energy. I keep on hearing not the energy that tries to build false excitement in terms of like what you might feel like you're energetically going to miss, right? Is what I keep on seeing. Not somebody who articulates upon all. I keep on hearing not the energy that harps on upon all the things that they can bring to you, right? I feel like the energy that you're moving towards is the energy that is realistic, right? This is the energy that says, no, our first and foremost, our job is to make sure that we are responsible for where we place you, right? And I see, like, I feel like it's interesting because remember when I said that there's some type of work that you're doing right now that articulates upon a cause that is close to your heart? Remember how we spoke upon that, about that meeting point between being able to amplify and articulate upon what you care about and being able to talk about why what you do is so important? I feel like this is you finding this is you finding alignment with an energy that feels much the same way. Like I almost see like this is some type of energy that is working to change something, that is working to rectify something, that is recognition, like recognize. I keep wondering, recognizing or working through a situation or circumstance where I keep on hearing the identification of the failure points, but more so the identification of the failure points that articulate to you how. I keep on hearing like the way you'll recognize this energy is first and foremost, they're going to articulate that their role is in protecting you, is what I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, especially with this especially with this 7 of Swords energy here, you know? I keep on hearing the word track record. And the thing I need to point out with a track record is, especially when it comes to, like, remember when I kept on saying references? like I keep on hearing reliable energy delights in giving references. I keep on hearing reliable energy. I keep on hearing I just keep on hearing the same message from your guides. Remember, reliable energy delights in giving references. Reliable energy delights in it. They, without a moment's notice, without a minute hesitation. Unreliable energy articulates that they can't because it's discretion, because it's discretion, is what I keep on hearing. Reliable energy delights in giving references. Unreliable energy will articulate and say that's confidential, is what I keep on hearing. Well, I just keep on hearing the same message from your guides. Reliable energy delights in references. Unreliable energy will say that's confidential. Unreliable energy will say that's confidential, right? Why would you not? It's not confidential for someone to rave about you, is what I keep on hearing. Just pay attention to that, is what I keep on hearing. I don't know why they keep on articulating that, but they're saying it over and over and over again. Reliable energy delights in references. Unreliable energy says, I'm afraid that's confidential, is all I keep on hearing. So don't let somebody saying to you that like something you're asking for is inappropriate or unnecessary. That's usually the sign of exactly why you're asking in the first place. It's not, I keep on hearing, it's not even the reference itself. It's how someone energetically reacts to it. Like, why are you worrying your pretty, like, I keep worrying, why are you worrying your pretty little head about that? You know what I mean? So I keep on hearing, like, that is the energy. That is the energy that you're looking for, that effectively articulates, like, what is and is not for you. which is, again, the healthy relationship feels absolutely comfortable in you talking to someone that they energetically work with. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Eric, thank you so much for the follow. And I'm going to take a moment to read over the comments. Hi there, Turtle Island. Yeah. You're so welcome, Ella. Yep. Oh, and more than XBF. Thank you as well, Ella. That it is sus. Yep. Hi there, Eric. I wrote that down. Good. Oh, 11 here, 12. Make wish. I love it. Eric, thank you for the follow. You're welcome. I'm still going to act and pursue. Excellent. Sending you support on that journey, dear. All right. Oh, I'm so glad to hear it, purr. Oh, good. Oh, I'm so glad to hear it. All right, let's continue. All right, the next person on the list for today is Ella. Ella, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, for anyone who'd like to get on the list right now, the list is open. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Also, please remember, if you are a superfan who would like access to our superfan only disco, send me a disco gift by hitting that orange icon at the bottom of the screen. If you would like to get a discount code on our class, message me the word class. And if you would like information on the trip that we have planned for August, message me the word trip. Eric, you're welcome to ask questions, but if you want readings, if you want a reading done, those are donation based. How you doing today, Sharon? Okay, Ella, I've got you, dear. I'm going to pin up Ella next. All right, guys, make sure to give Ella some love. Lots of grief this holiday season. So any messages from Gramps or guides to help, please. I got you. All right, can I get 4 cards? Two more. Whoa. Okay, these as well. It's weird. It's like, why does it feel like somebody joined a cult? So I'm like, I've got this energy. Like the thing I'm seeing, like the thing is, I got to walk you through what I'm seeing here, and we're gonna talk about this, and I need to stress this, okay? Our trauma has a tendency of desiring to go around and disguise itself as standards, right? And often, this is why we have to do the work of understanding the self effectively. It's not enough to say to another person that they're not in the space of navigating your standards. If your standards are reasonable, they can be explained, right? But when we're deep in our ego and we're working through trauma, like the observation of trying to have our trauma masquerade as our standards, right? The way that you can usually tell, the sound of The sound of being able to notice a trauma that is masquerading as a standard is the observation of another person that says, because I say so, right? It's that indulgence point. It's the space by which another person is showing the fact that they're not doing the work to clear the heart space, but they're just operating in a space that feels energetically indulgent to tending some kind of old wound that they refuse to treat. And I feel like that is, and like the thing about it, what's so painful when we see that is, to everybody else it looks like a cry for help, right? Like that's the hard part about it. And as I said it, do you hear Strega? Like Strega occasionally talks, and she just said hello. Did you hear her say it? Like my cat has a gift of saying hello. I'm always commenting on the fact that she sometimes talks. And so, you know, what happens there is, what's hard about that is when we're not in a healthy space and when we're feeling hurt, then even like, and as Strega said, even the most gentle, like even the most gentle hello, right? Somebody reads malice in, right? Like the smallest thing, right? It's those modalities or experiences by which like you try to say hi and someone says, what do you want? And you're like, I wanted to say hello. You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that. It's like the hands up energy that sometimes creates that moment by which you're like, I don't know what I did, but I'm trying to heal it. And so the thing about it is, and I feel like this is what you have to tell yourself, the force of love is honoring another person's wishes. Your love continues even in the space by which you say to another person, I don't need to understand it. I will honor it, but it doesn't have to be that way. Right? And you can articulate to another person and you can say to them, be like, listen, what I'm doing, and this is a hard part with this, because I keep on seeing you can't move the goalposts on someone, right? You can't say to someone, I don't want to talk to you, and then say in the next breath, why didn't you tell me? Right? You can't tell somebody if someone's not being clear in relationality to what they're asking from you. Your ability to point out the illogic is sometimes the only thing you can do to help them. So I feel like, remember that you can do two things at once, okay? You can articulate to another person and say, listen, what you're experiencing from me now is honoring your wishes. But then you can also say to someone, I would like to show you the fact that your wishes don't make any sense, right? Because if someone is asking you, okay? So if somebody's asking you to do something, right? If they're saying, right, honor my energetic wishes, but then saying your wishes don't make sense, then you say to someone, you are creating situations by which you will be hurt, right? Like that is self-sabotaging, because it's a space by which you're saying that there's a standard, and then you're making the standard completely unreasonable. And then you're being upset when someone can't navigate the unreasonable standard. Right? That is the energy that you say, I care about you, but I just want to show you the fact that you're setting yourself up for disaster. Right? And I feel like you can have that conversation, right? You can say it lovingly, you can say it gently, and then you can also say to someone with all the love in your heart, I'm not going to prepare to see you sabotage yourself. I'm not going to be an instrument in you hurting yourself with me, because that's the wild thing. Right? When energy wants to project, that's the wild thing about it. When energy wants to project, that often they're like, it's a space by which another person sets you up for energetic failure, because then they have an ability to project their own feeling of frustration out on something. So that ability or that experience by which you articulate to another and say, this is the sound of me doing the best that I can in the illogical circumstances that you have given me. Sometimes we recognize that we need to love someone from a distance. Sometimes we have to say to ourselves, my force of care is such that I care about you, but I'm not gonna get involved in that. Right? We can say to somebody, I love you, but that's ridiculous. And often When we are saying, I love you, but that's ridiculous, I want you to remember you are the gift of the voice of reason in someone's life. The voice of reason that often says to another person, it doesn't have to be that way. And you can be energetically mindful about it. You can be respectful, but you can articulate the fact that you're saddened by it. And when you're saddened by it, you can say to them, if the time ever comes that you want to walk away from that pain, if the time ever comes that you want to identify and recognize where the work actually needs to go, then you can say, I'm willing to do so. But recognize, I keep on hearing, be very conscientious of recognizing a situation where someone is asking for something ridiculous from you, hoping that you get reactive, so that then they can articulate the fact that you're causing energetic pain to them. Bottom of the deck on this reading, right? I don't like, look, the energy of someone projecting is often articulated in someone who is not taking accountability for how ridiculous they're being. Right? And then when someone's being ridiculous, what happens? Someone becomes ridiculous, another person gets upset, and then they go, look how angry they are. I know. Are you okay? Like, that is the sound of trauma continuing. It's nefarious. And unfortunately, those who are traumatized often continue those really unhealthy cycles, right? The modality of feeling joy at another person's pain is one of the most sad things we ever see. And when we see someone in those modalities, we can wish them love from a distance. Our love does not stop because another person isn't willing to exit a painful cycle. But our ability to stay out of that cycle can often be the beacon that says, I want you to remember there's a different way. I want you to remember it doesn't have to be this way. So I want you to think to yourself, if you're doing that work, you are acting as beacon, right? And you acting as beacon is articulating and saying, I'm not going to get upset about it. I'm hurt by it. But if you ever change your mind, know that I am here. Allow that to effectively help to navigate anything that feels like it's unnecessary, painful, or worse, another person who is articulating the fact that they're not ready to do the work to heal their heart space. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Ella. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the next person read for. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Lyo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything, and happy to give insight on anything in a private reading, and you can book private readings on my site. The list is now open. If you'd like to get on the list, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for, and I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. And also, friends, we're at 48.9K likes. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right. So user 398, we do 1 card readings for super fans. So if you'd like to become a super fan, I'm happy to draw a card for you when that time comes in our schedule. So true. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Thank you as well, Jess. Pisces, I'm so sorry for the grief. It's not easy. Unfortunately, I can relate to it too. Oh, Pisces, I'm sending you so much support on that journey. This has been a rough year for Pisces. For Pisces placements, it's been incredibly rough. I've been seeing it in my readings and sending you support as well. I know, but it's that. No, she has a meow, Jess. That was her hello. Like she specifically, she only meows when she's trying to say hello, and she doesn't do it frequently. So it's very intriguing that she was doing it during that reading. Yeah, this is one of mine. Refuses to clear their heart, and I keep on hearing you can wish that for them. You know, you can love that energy from a distance. You can send healing to their heart space. You know, thank you. It's just hard in general. Grief is never easy. We can keep moving forward. So it's our gift to each other in doing that. I know it is. It's a pretty one, isn't it? Yeah. I know, it's such a sweet and gentle one. Well, it's funny too, because if you're here, she's basically she's got a meow. That's her hello. She goes, hello. She's trying to say hello when she does it. It really was. Yeah, the family. I understand. Yeah, there's it feels like it's self-sabotaging. And I keep on hearing self-sabotaging is creating spaces by which you're preparing for another person to hurt you, right? Like creating an unreasonable expectation and then feeling hurt in the modality by which they can't make like they can't arrive to the unreasonable expectation. You know, like that's self-sabotage. Yeah, everyone here right now, give yourself a pat on the back for keeping on. You got this. Thank you as well, Pisces. Tap to claim. Love and light to you guys as well. Thank you. Jess, I strongly dislike that experience, but sometimes I just have to say, if you say so. I know it's really painful when we see it, right? But sometimes the best thing we can do is observe and recognize it and move forward. Yeah, she's not getting reactive for me, but definitely wants it. And here's the thing, like that's what I keep on hearing. Remember, like if you recognize someone is trying to elicit a reaction, sometimes that in itself is the painful part, right? Like it's like you having to say to another person, like, I am not your enemy here. I'm not gonna replay that trauma cycle with you. You know? Yeah, the bond between parents. I know it's always difficult. You're so welcome, dear. Sending you support on that journey. Mm, yeah, like here's the thing, man. I'll tell you, like I mean, it's not. I mean, they're the like, Taurus placements have a hard time letting things go. I'll point out, Leo's got a hard time letting things go too. You know what? Leo's got a hard time. Like certain signs, man. It's like all the signs let go of things in different ways. You know, like it can be it can create a lot of that it's some signs let things go like whatever. Like Sages are like, what was yesterday? You know what I mean? Like, and Aries will be like, who yesterday? Who was that person? Oh no, that was old me. That was 4 hours ago. That was old me. Like that's an Aries. And Aries will be like, no, that was old me. This is new me. That was 40 minutes ago. This is new me. I know, this is new me. That was 40 minutes ago. You know, and Sages are the same way. Sages are like, what? Yeah, all the signs are different like that. So Scorpios hold on to things the longest. Scorpios hold on to things the longest. Scorpios would be like, it was 1964 at 4 p.m. I was wearing blue. You were sitting over there. Your head was tilted 4 degrees. Oh, man. Yeah, there you go. Well, that's the thing. Like, I like to point out, Scorpios got a little camera in their head. They're like, they'll be like, they'll just walk you through it. They'll be like, oh no, I've got it in here. Like, you know what I mean? It's wild. All right, let's continue right now. The list is now open. If you would like, yeah, exactly. It was 47. It was supposed to be snowing, but it was raining instead. I remember because I brought a coat, but I brought the wrong coat. It's like that. Absolutely, Nikki, you're the next person we're reading for today. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. Well, here's the thing, though. I mean, if you've got Scorpios that's why Scorpios are such good storytellers. Scorpios are amazing storytellers because they're basically like, I like to point out, like, picture it, Sicily, like 1922. Like, that's a Scorpiotic journey right there. Someone being like laying out the scene, like the ability to be like this and this and that, like all the little pieces, like, yeah. Yeah, you see, yeah, exactly. You're articulate. You've got like, and someone being like, why do you remember all of that? And you being like, I can't help it. Yeah, absolutely. Yep. Yeah, it was a rainy evening. I have a very visual memory. Absolutely. I can imagine. Well, yeah, because again, when like Leo and Scorpio there, like that'll do it. And the longest story, yeah, of course, but it's probably, it needs to be long because you have a lot of details to bring in. Yep. I'm like, wait, all these details. Yeah, as a Scorpio sun and rising, I was going to say we haven't not. Yeah, you do. I mean, like, but you're very detail oriented. But the reason is you're detail oriented because you're very good at like Scorpios have snapshot energy. Like they've got it's like I told you snapshot energy. So it's the ability to be kind of like, you know, yeah. All right, let's continue right now. Nikki, you're the next person on the list. If you'd like to let me know if we're doing a general reading. Oh, we got 50K. Wait, hold on. We're not doing we're going to hold on right now. We're going to do the 50K giveaway. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. Exactly. The sky was blue and the sun was at a 40 degree angle. Yeah, it's why. It is. It's the, like you said, it's the same thing with the sting is a snap. So the ability to take a snapshot. Yep. All right. There was a light mist. Exactly. Oh, excellent, Ivana. Excellent. I promise I won't give another gross dream interpretation. It wasn't gross. It was important. It was a shadow work dreams have a tendency of getting a little gross. All right. So I'm going to think of a number right now between, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 45. First person I see that post number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person. You have no right to talk, kitten meat. All right, nope, not yet. No, not yet. 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 Mm-mm. 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 Alexandra, congratulations. Excellent. That will be available to you the next time we're on live. Thank you so much for participating. We'll do that again when we get to 100K. And in the meantime, you're not wrong. In the meantime, Nikki, you're the next person we're reading for today. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for. Oh, come on. 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. No, but you guys, I mean, like, it's very, I feel like that dream, the dream was very, very relevant because, again, especially in terms of, like, deeper work, it's really nice to be able to do the work in terms of, like, working through the dream space because there's a lot there. Strega, don't you dare. Absolutely not. Get down from there right now. You know better. Make better choices. Don't you dare. Don't, no. Hold on. Love your life. Why are you doing this? No. Okay? Gosh, you're such a nudge. Here. Okay? It's not sustainable. Yeah, now my shorts. Good. Oh my God, you drive me nuts. Here. Sorry. Okay. Sorry, somebody was being naughty. Love your life. Love your life. Make better choices. See, everybody's telling you to make better choices. Okay. I know. All right. I'll bring her on camera for a minute because she's being. All right, come here. Everybody wants to see you. Come here. You want to say hi? You're being a nudge. Okay. There. You happy? Okay. There we go. You want to say hi to everybody for a minute? There you go. There she is. Show me the child. Say hello. You see? That's what you get. Is that what you wanted? You happy now? Yeah, I love you too. Okay. All right. We got to do readings. You go over there. Okay. Where were we? All right. Where were we? She's like, fine. This is what she gets. She always looks grumpy. She always has that face. She's always like, I know. Now she's happy. Well, yeah. She was about to destroy my laundry. All right. Yes, my precious. She said, okay, whatever. She's so funny. Yeah, she does want to be on camera. All right, where were we? Yes. Okay, so we're reading now for Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And before we continue with Nikki's reading, let's do an intuition check. But just a reminder too, if anybody is a super fan and would like to have access to our super fan only disco, go ahead and send me that disco gift. If you would like a coupon on the class we're having next week, message me the word class. And if you would like information on our trip, message me the word trip. She's famous. All right, let's get to it. Before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. I've got the animal spirit guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I will reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We got the otter. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do that again after the next reading. All right. And Nikki, did you put your question up yet? She says, but I was busy causing trouble. Exactly. She always looks grumpy. She always looks grumpy. Essentially, ooh, Nikki, what gifts do my angels or guides want me to focus on most in this lifetime? Oh, what a beautiful question. I love that question too. Ooh, a lot of cards coming out. And, oh, you got 4 here. Wow, they came out fast. And a reminder, if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the next person read for. I keep on, it's interesting because it's coming through one of your angelics who I've brought up before in our readings. And the funny thing with that angelic is it's articulating upon, I keep on saying articulating or amplifying upon refusing to make, I keep on hearing the path to joy is the refusing to make miserable decisions, is what I keep on hearing. Like that's what that angelic is basically saying. They're saying the path to joy is as simple as refusing to make miserable decisions, is what I keep on seeing. And it's interesting though, because when they're saying miserable, they're bringing me to the root miser, which is having to do with the space of another person trying to effectively articulate upon and I keep on and it's and like the thing I keep on seeing with that is, and I think that this is hard because I feel like this is something you've been working through in a couple of like this lifetime and the past lifetime, which is like if I say the words I care about you too much to let you do that, and you get a lot of anger, if there's a lot of anger that rises up in you in me saying those words, I care too much about you to let you do that. Like that's the type of energy that I see that you're working to energetically resolve, because I think a lot about that. Like a lot of the energy that I see there is working through, like that's why I keep on hearing them say that the road to joy is simple as refusing to make a miserable decision, which is the space by which another person articulates upon the fact that they want you to make a joy. They want you to make a joy instead of them navigating through their own misery. Right? Like I keep on hearing, we don't put ourselves in those positions in the first place, is what I keep on seeing. And I keep on hearing that if somebody, and that's why, like, there's nothing worse than when somebody says to you, like, you're breaking my heart if you make that decision. Like, that is literally the diagnosing of something that needs to be healed. Like, our decisions should not feel like they're heartbreaking to one another, because when they're heartbreaking, then it's talking towards the expectation that we hold to each other instead of wanting each other to resolve and to build upon our own sense of excellence. And so I feel like there's something really important about that. And I feel like there's something about you kind of coming into an experience to be able, I keep on hearing, to often, like, and that's what's hard about energy like that. Often the ability of you existing and showing another person that's everything is fine like everything is fine in the calibration of making, like, of taking a step towards your own joy, is what I keep on getting. Like, I keep wondering every time, like, I keep on hearing your job is telling someone the water's fine, because and I keep on hearing, like, the reason that you're having to say to someone, like, your job is to tell someone the water's fine, is because what they're basically articulating is the fact that you have to show somebody, like, those modalities by which another person is articulating upon the fact that they've got anxiety for you, and being like, I understand the weight of your anxiety, but that's your anxiety, it's not mine. And I keep on hearing every time you move through something and you're fine, is what I keep on seeing. I feel like you're healing, right? You're healing other energy, because you're helping them be able to follow their own bliss. Because I keep on hearing that there's something that you're saying to others, which is a point of saying there's no point doing anything if you're going to be miserable when you're doing it. Like, what's the point of all that misery, right? Because I keep on hearing when we're miserable, we're energetically commiserating. And so I feel like that is, like, and I think that this is really important, because I see you often being in the dream space, putting, and I need to point this out, like, even in your dream space, I just need to stress this. We see you navigating others' misery, trying to bring joy to situations, often at the cost of your own self, right? We often see you in those modalities, but even in those experiences, we see you, like, operating in a state of bliss. And so I feel like that those experiences or those modalities, I feel like the hard part about your energetic journey that we're seeing here is, and I think that this is going to be something that takes work upon, um, working, like, working towards the space where others appreciate you, working towards the space of others that appreciate what it takes for you to be able to do something in a state of bliss. I feel like that is what a lot of the work that I see that you're doing here is too. Because, and I think that one of the things that we're potentially seeing that's happening in relationality to your own journey is, um, the way that you can identify somebody working through a fundamental dissatisfaction point is often identified or articulated in the space of another person being able to find bliss in situations. And I keep on hearing, like, one of the things that's hard with your journey is, and I feel like this is why that angelic's near you, is helping you see that some energy can't be pleased. There's no pleasing some energy. There's no pleasing some energy. And often when we recognize that, often the modality by which we recognize that there's some energy that cannot be pleased, it allows us to effectively calibrate appropriately. And it's painful. I keep on getting, it's painful when we experience circumstances or situations with individuals of that nature. But the ability to recognize that their lack of pleasement is not based upon our lack, but based upon their lack in the ability to find contentment. I keep on seeing that that's effectively helping you navigate and recognize. Like, I feel like that is a lot of the work that you're here to understand and ascertain, which is working through the navigation point between what it is that you can do, right? Building that appreciation in terms of what it is that you're trying to do in a big way versus the observation that some energy can't be pleased. And I keep on seeing that ability, like, that is the sound of you learning to manage expectations. But when I keep on hearing managing expectations, it's actually interesting because the managing of the expectations is coming through in the space of the expectations that you yourself have. You're learning to manage your expectations, because your expectations is understanding that there's nothing more wasted than waiting for someone that is never pleased to be pleased with us. Because if so, you will be holding your breath indefinitely, is what I keep on seeing. Like, the nature by which someone is not finding happiness, the modality by which they find that happiness through us, right? If you're going to be holding your breath for a really long time, is what I keep on seeing, which is why I keep on hearing that angelic guides is near you to articulate to you that the water's fine, right? And I keep on hearing the water's fine is you saying to another person, beauty can be found in anything, right? The water is fine is talking about the water of life. It's talking about the space that when you look for beauty, you will find beauty in the commonplace. But when you are feeling the sense of something lacking, you look around and you will find lack everywhere. Bottom of the deck on this reading. You know, like, that's what I keep on getting. And I feel like a lot of that is potentially, I feel like a lot of that might be calibrated or articulated by others potentially articulating their disappointment to you, right? Often the space by which another person amplifies, and I like to point out the amplification of another person saying, I'm just disappointed. And I like to point out, when somebody articulates they're disappointed, our immediate response should not be, I'm sorry. It should be, what were you expecting? Maybe my job here is to displease you. Because when somebody says they're disappointed, then maybe that's okay. It really matters. What really matters is what they're disappointed about, right? Like, what was your manifestation goal there, buddy? What are you disappointed on? Like, do you want to reveal? Would you like to reveal the manifestation goal to the class so you can please let us know what you're so disappointed about, please? Right? A healthy manifestation goal is one that's mutually shared, but you'd be surprised how many times someone has an unhealthy manifestation goal, and then they'll articulate that they're energetically disappointed in you, right? And then you feel like, I keep on seeing, like, those modalities by which you feel like who's disappointment? Who's disappointed in who? Is what I keep on seeing. Who's disappointed in who? Right? Who's disappointed in who? And I feel like that is you coming into the maturation point. Who is disappointed in who? Are they disappointed? Are they disappointed in you, or are you disappointed in them? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being Semi-Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can and you can book a private reading on my site. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. If you want to get on the list right now, it's a great time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. Okay. Hold on a moment. Whoop. There we go. One sec. I love every time you post. I love every time I bring up Strega. You always say my precious. She does. And she's a little naked. Yeah, she's like, okay, what else? Absolutely. I remember. Right. Right. What is love? Yeah, it was the Nine of Cups and the King of, yeah, Cups on Cups. No, it's a lot. Like, here's the thing about it. Like, it's working through, like, I feel like a lot of the space of you kind of following your bliss is like you having to say to another person, like, you don't have to apologize for it if another person can't find theirs. It's what we work towards, you know? Thank you, Jess. I think people think I have a problem sometimes because I'm so emotional, but I have control over. But here's the thing, emotions, we're supposed to be emotional. And the thing about emotions is it's okay to express. I need to point this out. If emotions come with directions, then it's okay to express them, right? If emotions come with directions, then it's okay to express them. What we have to be conscientious with are the emotions that feel more like the space by which we're articulating or unloading to another person, right? Like the emotions that feel like a burden are the ones that don't come with directions. So if you're giving someone emotions with directions attached to them and they're telling you they're emotional, like that, you're supposed to be. Like there's a reason. It's very clear. Yeah, I don't want to block them out. That's not healthy. Exactly. People are not used to healthy emotions. Exactly. And communication, and to take it the wrong way. Absolutely, Ivana. Everyone is so used to being just blocked and being in a defensive way and take every, well, and I like to point this out. Like, I don't like to say everyone, right? Like, because it's not everyone, but those that are like that make it harder for those that are not to be able to find genuine in each other, right? So it's our job. Like, this is why we work to clear our heart spaces, because the more we clear our heart spaces, it's the easier for us to be able to have those type of genuine connections. Sometimes it's not always like that, and it's sad. Many people are still don't understand. No, it's true, right? It's very true, and it's heartbreaking. Oh, Phoenix, make sure you're being warm. I know, zero pleasing. Yeah, I've had people pleasing tendencies with a perfection. But I need to point out, it's a gift to be people pleasing, right? That's a gift. Our job isn't to try to get rid of people like I hate everybody now. Congratulations. Like it's not, it's about proportion, right? Like, well, it's good to be people pleasing. That it shows how much you care about others. But again, not the people pleasing that creates the overextension of the self. The people pleasing within reasonable limits, right? I love that. Absolutely. I often feel responsible. Well, and there it is, right? Responsibility for others' emotions, right? That's what you're working to effectively heal yourself from. And again, the ability to understand that the emotions, like the responsibility that we have for the emotions of those we care about, is upon the space by which we can facilitate them being better, right? Which is in the construct of what is reasonable for us to do. Reasonable expectations. The understanding that some can't be pleased is probably the key. Absolutely. That's deep. So true. Your misery is not my misery. Exactly. I love that. Oh, no problem, Avatar. Yep, right. I always see the silver lining or the positives and aim to bring positivity. That's your gift. Like, that's a gift that you bring to others. Thank you as well, Jess. Yeah, glass is half full. Yep. Well, I told you, it's a very Leo tendency. I'm always telling you guys, a Leo tendency is the deep, deep, deep. The problem with the Leo, like the thing with the Leo is in every single Leo, there is not there's a deep conviction. There is a deep conviction set within the inside of a Leo that just cannot be shaken, which is the Leo being convinced that perhaps there's nothing that a good hug can't fix. The deep conviction, the deep feeling in your heart space, that down to the very core, there's nothing that a good hug can't fix. Maybe the energy is always like, maybe if I hug them. What's the problem? I need to be disappointed more. No, you don't need to be. Here's the thing. You don't need to be more disappointed more. It's setting healthy expectations in terms of what you can expect from others, right? That's not disappointment. That's managing the expectations of the self. My people pleasing came from walking on eggshells, and having to be hyper vigilant. I knew, how could I not bring up the hug? Well, I mean, like, especially with your guide, like, they're big on that too. That energy cracks me up because they're very much like, they're always like, they're just always like nodding, like, yep. Thank you so much, Hassan, for the follow. Like, that particular angelic's always like, like hugs. My partner and I always let me give you a hug. He's like, no, stop. Exactly. Yeah. Well, you can't be just going around like Tauruses are like, what are you doing? Why are you doing? What are you? But here's the thing about it. This is why Taurus and Leo are the same when it comes to hugs. Taurus are always like, my hugs are a privilege. They see Tauruses get mad because they see Leos giving hugs out. Tauruses get mad. They see Leos giving hugs out like crazy. And Tauruses are like, my hugs are a privilege. Like, my hugs are a privilege. Like, they look at Leos with their hugs like, what are you doing with those floozy hugs? Why are you hugging everyone? It's very funny. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. Once you see it, it's great. To other people, exactly. To other people. It's great. All right, continuing right now. As I mentioned, guys, the list is open. If you'd like to be the next person on the list, you'll be the next person. 3 cards for a donation. Just to anybody who wants one. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Yeah, exactly. You will never stop. No, but that's the thing, man. Like, that's the thing. Like, you know, that you have to understand. Like, Tauruses look at their hugs like badges of honor. They'll never agree on it. Like, Tauruses are like, no, if I hug you. Like, Tauruses are like, if I hug you. You know? Leos are like, hi. Exactly. My precious. Exactly. Oh my God, I love it. All right, we're going to continue right now. If anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the next person read for. It's 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We do hear highest priority messages from spirit, life path, mediumship, dream interpretation, angelic guidance, animal spirit guide, pet readings, akashic, and mind, body, spirit. If you've got a question that you would like to, if you've got a past life you would like more information on, or a dream you would like interpreted, go ahead and put the information in the notes when you send the donation, or post it in our subscriber only disco channel in the appropriate channels. Leo hugs are like Care Bears. Exactly. All right, let's continue right now. So the list is now open. If you want to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. In the meantime, we're going to get started on 1 card readings for subscribers. If you are a subscriber and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, just hit that subscribe button at the top of the screen. Your super fan status will make you eligible for a 1 card. And if anybody else would like a full reading today, all you need to do is get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. We're also at 64.4K, 6K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting reading back to the collective. 1 card message from guide that came through the other day. They can't let go of it. I feel like they were trying to show you, I feel like they're trying to show you something about someone not being able to let go of something. But it also, like, I keep on, but like, even though they can't let go of it, the guides are like, they have no right to feel that way, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah. Especially with the cow, you know? We say what we mean what we say, we don't say things to get our way. We say what we mean what we say, we don't say things to get our way, is what I keep on getting. One card, highest for Julia, please. Yeah, this is, I feel like, I keep on hearing, no fast decisions right now. Like health, like something, like I said, like none of this, I keep on hearing blink or you'll miss it is not the sound of you moving towards something that's healthy, is what I keep on hearing. I keep on hearing healthy partnership wants to earn your, like, will work to earn your trust, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah. Animal spirit guide. Questions don't damage anything that's healthy. Questions don't damage anything that's healthy. All right. 1 second. All right. Yep. 2 cards for Bridget on trip. I mean, I feel like there's something about you traveling there that's hard. It's hard to be in the energy that doesn't recognize that we've changed, is what I keep on seeing. It's hard to be in energy that doesn't recognize that we have changed, is all I keep on hearing. Bottom of the deck. And I feel like I keep wondering, not allowing yourself to regress in the space of being around energy that finds it hard to recognize that we've changed. Like, I feel like there's something, I keep on hearing, like, something energetically cathartic about something. But I keep on seeing, I feel like it's almost like working through some kind of modality by which another person articulates upon the distance between you and them. But I keep on hearing, like, animal spirit guide. Yeah, like, I keep on, like, the blank manifestation card. Like, distance is relative to interest, is what I keep on seeing. And so I feel like, again, if there's something that you find that you take very seriously and another person just sees it as a curiosity, like, sometimes it's hard to be able to have, sometimes it's hard to, like, build energetic connection on something, is what I keep on seeing, I don't know why, but it almost feels like somebody who, like, wants to talk to you but doesn't know what to talk to you about, right? And almost like letting for that calibration of understanding that talking about the past is sometimes like the connecting point. I feel like that's going to kind of help you in relationality to navigating some conversations there, Ella, 1 card message. Yes. The thing I keep on seeing, there's something really interesting in relationality to them. Because I keep on hearing someone say, I'm trying to talk to them, but they won't talk to me either, is what's interesting about it. Like that, I would not be surprised. um, Like, I don't know if you've asked this energy to try to get through to them, because they're giving me indications that you put some kind of request to them to try to get through to them. And the hard thing is like, I see somebody, you know, I see somebody that is working through, like, that there are, like, here's the thing about, like, you can't, how do I describe this? You know, I literally see somebody that's also trying to get through to someone. But I keep on hearing that, like, that ability to identify and recognize, um like, I keep on hearing them say, it's like they won't talk to me either, is what I keep on hearing, and that's what they're so upset about. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the 8 of Pentacles in its reversal, you know. I keep on, like, the thing I keep on getting, and it's actually like an attenuated message. Resentment, resentment blocks the ears, is what they keep on saying to me. Like, they're saying resentment blocks the ears, which is to say that when we hold resentment, we can't hear anything, is what I keep on getting. So I feel like it's the space by which, like, even in the context by which they're articulating, they're trying to communicate to someone. I almost see somebody, they see them in spirit. Like, I see them trying to talk to someone in spirit, and they're going like la 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 la, like they're going like that, like they're going like this, because, like, I feel like it's like I keep on seeing, like, animal spirit guide. Yeah, like the store, like the crane energy. And it's interesting because I was going to say, it was a crane, but I was going to say stork, which says to me, like, it almost feels like energy that's trying to do their job in spirit to try to get through to someone. Because that's why I said stork instead of crane, because storks deliver things, is what I keep on getting. Storks deliver things. But I keep on seeing, like, the space by which they're trying to energetically speak to them, you know? Like, I keep on hearing it, like, they have to open their heart space, is what I keep on getting. And so I feel like they're working, they're articulating. I feel like they're articulating in terms of you, like not being reactive. I keep on seeing just being energetically patient. Um, Specifically and particularly if you've articulated to another person, I keep on hearing you can articulate to another person what you would like. And then you can recognize that is you kind of articulating and saying, like, if anything ever changes, like, let me know that I'm receptive to it, is what I keep on seeing. All right, let's continue right now. You're welcome, dear. Hold on a minute. Okay, where are we? One card for Alexandra, General, please. One card for Alexandra, General. So the Three of Pentacles in its reversal. I mean, I just keep on seeing circumstances or situations, you know. I feel like it's interesting because it's very much returning to the reading that we had the other day, which is, like, I keep on hearing, like, your higher self saying, focus on the plan. Focus on the plan. But I keep hearing the plan being where you ultimately desire to be. Like, what moves, like, what direction moves you closer in accordance to that higher plan becoming a reality, is what I keep on getting. Yeah, especially in relationality to, like, especially in reality, in connection to this Nine of Swords, bottom of the deck, because what I'm effectively seeing there is, like, it feels almost like a conversation between I know it might not feel like this, but I feel like you're going through a situation where there's too much of a good thing, right? Like there's too much of a good thing. So I mean, keep on hearing like being able to amplify and articulate like what it is that you can feasibly do. I keep on hearing that is you setting reasonable expectations. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, especially with the goose, right? Like I literally see a situation by which you're articulating upon the fact to another person that you can't be in two different places at once. So, there might be like I feel like there might be something there. Like I keep on hearing build upon the ideal. If there is something, I keep on hearing is if there is some kind of plan there that would effectively allow you to be able to facilitate doing something in different places. I keep on hearing maybe the answer isn't no. Maybe the answer is not that, is what I keep on hearing, right? The ability to articulate to another person what you can do that would be energetically feasible. Thank you. I've got you. One moment, please. Thank you for confirmation as well, Ella. Minnie, one card on partnership, highest priority today. So the Five of Wands and it's upright. I feel like there's something really important um, in relationality to, I keep on seeing, how do I describe this? Like, I feel like there's something really important about working through anxiety of the past. And I keep on hearing, like, the past, like, the difference between the past and the present is your observation of how much you have changed. And something that we're effectively observing, almost it feels like the amplification of you and another person working to heal something. But I keep on getting the healing is helping you identify like what is in your power to change versus what was in your past that you felt like you had to accept. And so I keep on seeing like in relationality to building into authenticity, I keep on hearing our authenticity protects us. And I keep on hearing the space by which you recognize that your authenticity is a gift. And if somebody sees you in your authenticity and they don't receive it as a gift, then that is not something that comes back towards you. That is a form of protection, is what I keep on seeing. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, again, so long as our authenticity doesn't hurt another, right? It's not enough to be authentic, but to be intentional in what we are authentic about, right? The modality or the experience of being able to amplify what it is that we're trying to do in a better way, something that we're working to improve upon, versus, I keep on seeing those experiences in the past where I keep on hearing like another person, I feel like you're working to heal from situations where another person did not want to do the work. But when someone doesn't want to do the work, they'll articulate that your authenticity is a problem, is what I keep on hearing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the blackbird, right? The observation of being able to energetically recognize circumstances or situations by which another person tried to project the fact that your authenticity was the problem can often speak about the fact that another person doesn't feel like they can be in theirs. Speaks more towards, again, how they feel about themselves than it does have to do with you. So I feel like I feel like you and another person are mutually healing in that by being able to find that space of loving each other in that authenticity. I love that potato. Yes. Thank you so much, dear. And just a reminder, the list is open if anybody still would like a full reading today. Ivana, one card, highest priority, please. We've got the Ace of Pentacles, which is speaking to us about, I feel like this is a lot of the work that you're doing right now in relationality to building into integration. And I keep on getting that a lot of that, it's interesting because like a lot of that integration that we're energetically seeing right now has to do with you being in an environment that allows you to energetically flourish. But I keep on hearing the environment that we're talking about is the environment of the self, is what I keep on seeing. It's you kind of, I keep on hearing it's you coming into the appreciation of the self. It's you being able to energetically honor the self. And it's very often, honestly, when we start to honor the self, things have a tendency of getting uglier around us because we can see the difference between what it is that we were trying to do versus something that we were receiving. So continuing, I keep on hearing, continuing to do that work, continuing to recognize and identify like what that is. I feel like it's important because like it's very much similar to the class we were taking the other night. Like a tall tree requires deep roots, right? So the ability to navigate like the higher self is also potentially going to bring up feelings of the past to help resolve them so that you can continue to build into that space of balance. Animal spirit guide, please. Yeah, there's that blackbird energy again, right? It's like I keep on hearing, I feel like there's something about you working through, like, this is kind of like, I feel like this energy right now is a little bit like shadow work central, which is bringing up vulnerabilities or feeling those modalities by which we feel triggered. But I keep on seeing it's like, I feel like a lot of those experiences, I keep on hearing it's like the space, like this is what we talk about with shadow work. And again, it's like working through aversion, and it has to do with the dream that you had the other day, right? The difference between something that you're working on improving within the self versus I keep on hearing another person's opinion of the self is often mitigated by you being able to look at something and saying, what would you have me do? Right? The observation that, and I feel like this is the work that you're doing in terms of integrating the inner child, is what I keep on seeing. Because I feel like there's something about you finding that sense of self in the past, less than perfect, but still being able to love oneself in the experience of not knowing something that you know now that is allowing you to kind of build into that point of stabilization. You're so welcome, Julia. Jess, one card, highest priority, please. This is you, like, I feel like the journey of bliss is finding it anywhere, you know? And I feel like that's like a conversation that you need to have. This is why cynical energy, like being cynical about things, is so awful, because it's like, you know, cynical energy tells on itself in the space of being like nothing ever gets better. Being like, yeah, not with a thought. You're right, with a mindset like that, it won't, right? Like the space by which we feel energetically like the space by which we feel energetically cynical is the space by which we articulate upon something that can't be better. And I almost see you having to have a conversation with someone about the fact that their perspective on things, like that in itself, is the energetic hurdle. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially like it literally, like I see somebody, like I see you having a conversation with someone being like, what's the point? Being like, you're like, that mindset is the problem, right? Like when you when you find things, when you see things a certain way, that's all you see. So if someone feels like something's pointless, then yeah, you see more pointlessness around the self, right? Pointless is clarified with purpose, right? Pointless is clarified with purpose. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the eagle, you know? having to, or like it feels almost like you having to have like a conversation with someone, like setting them straight about like their attitude. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know why you're like, I don't know why you're like, are you like having to have a conversation with someone about a mild attitude adjustment? Is what I keep on seeing. Like, like it feels a little bit like that. I can think of a few people. Man. Oh, Bridget. One card on partnership, please, for Nikki. Like I said, you know, we only feel the need to be overprotective on things that we do not trust. Right? This is why when someone's overprotective of us, it can feel so painful. Because what we hear when someone says, I'm just trying to protect you, is being like, I know you're trying to protect me, but the question I need to ask you is, do you trust me? Right? Bottom of the deck. Yes, but like, look at that with the Two of Cups, right? Right? We are protective of one another, but we trust each other's judgment, right? Those modalities or those experiences by which we recognize or articulate upon, I keep on hearing, we recognize and articulate upon what it is that we're trying to do, but not just what it is that we're trying to do, the ability to give each other the benefit of the doubt in relationality to how, like, having that bond between us is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide, yeah, the bee energy, right? Like I feel like this is why when we say have these modalities by which you say I've been hurt before, being like, I want you to entertain the possibility that you've never met anyone like me before, right? The observation of being able to heal from the past, not in the space of energetically expecting the wound, but arriving to the possibility that the wound never has to occur in the first place. And sometimes it feels like we're going through those deja vu moments, but being able to trust our judgment in relationality to what we know is right, as opposed to what it is that we experience with another person. Estevan, one card on that connection, please. I feel like, I keep on hearing we don't force offers. If you've articulated what it is that you want to have with another person, it doesn't, it doesn't require you to check on it, right? It's like, I keep on seeing, it's like, and I feel like even in the space by which you might feel like they want you to, because I have to stress this, healthy energy holds to a boundary that they set, which is somebody who does not, like, we say what we mean what we say, we don't say things to get our way, which is the space by which we articulate that we desire something, but then we leave it to another person to try to figure out if that's what we actually meant. Yeah, right. I love you literally. I love you, so I love you literally, which is the space by which we say to another person, what you're experiencing from me is me taking what you told me literally. I'm not going to try to read between it. I'm not going to assume. I'm not going to assume that you didn't mean something by it, right? Like honoring another person's wishes and then allowing them to be able to articulate upon it. Yeah, there's no hyperbole in healthy connection, which is the Boar energy, which is the observation of another person. Like if we say something, like if we say something, we mean it. And if we don't mean it, if we didn't mean it, we say it. We don't leave it to another person to try to interpret or to read between the lines in terms of what we're saying versus what we actually desire, is what I keep on seeing. Yeah, I got that. And that's a hard thing with that. I mean, here's the thing. And that's what I meant with, even if you know, right? Even if you know internally that that's not what might be happening, that's how you bring something into a healthy space. You're so welcome, Bridget. Yeah, I've requested help from everyone. I can see that. Like, I keep on hearing them. I see like that, especially, I told you it was a crane, but it was a stork, which is saying they're not listening to me either. You know? Yeah, my nerve, I have never heard that before. Nervy system. I like that. Yeah, you may not remember my read, but it was a king. Oh, the other two, I believe it was definitely, there was a Three of Cups there. There was a King of Cups. What was the other one? It was definitely the Three of Cups, the King of Cups, and the Nine of Cups. I'm trying to remember what the other one was, but you see all the cup energy, which is like your job isn't to make everything okay for everyone. It's to do what you can and to recognize, like, I feel like it's you having to recognize when someone's being energetically ridiculous. Yeah. I hope that helps, Nikki. Stork, yeah, I'm so late. No, it's okay, creative. Don't worry about it. And again, the list is open. If anybody else wants to get on the list for a full reading, you'll be the next person read for. You're welcome, Ivana. Lisa, how to navigate my relationships modality currently. Our shadow work is equally deep right now. Empathy. Having empathy for how each of you are feeling. And I think that, yeah, especially with, I keep on hearing, we can have empathy for the position that we put each other in, is what I keep on seeing. And I feel like there's something, important in relationality to you and another person. Being able, I keep on hearing, being able to hear what one another are saying, but also being able to communicate how you're both feeling, to be able to find an energetic solution that works best for both of you, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like the face of love is one that we don't try to put each other in uncomfortable positions, is what I keep on seeing. Right? The force of love is not feeling it. And sometimes when we have to, and sometimes when it's unavoidable that we have to, then we recognize and identify the fact that there is uncomfortability there, is what I keep on seeing. You know? Like it's, and the way that we can, I keep on hearing, the way that we can mitigate the emotions is being able to articulate upon what we would have each other do in the context of receiving them. And if we can't think of a clear solution when we give someone else's feelings, then that articulates the fact that we still have work to do inside of ourselves before we relate them to another person. You're so welcome, Jess. 222, tap to claim. Nine of Cups, King of Cups, Three of Cups day. I know, there's a lot of cups. Oh, I do my best, Estevan. The message I need to hear always so dialed in. I do my best. I'm so glad that these messages helped, dear. Ella, what's interesting is that, oh my gosh, really? Oh dear, sending you support on that journey. So many cups. Yeah. Hold on a moment. And thank you, 1111, for the follow. Thank you guys for being a part of this community as well. All right. And thank you as well. Also, let me say, from work, you are absolutely right. We had a hard conversation. Things are getting better. I'm so glad to hear that, dear, as well. I know what I need to do better. Oh, I'm so glad that I'm helping you build that plan. Thank you, Estevan. I appreciate that. Thank you as well, Haley. Yeah, Cancer here, so I'm a hugger, so hug please. I smell good. I know. Cancers are, I mean, like that's a Cancer thing. But Cancers are great huggers. Absolutely. All right, guys, final call right now for anyone who is a subscriber who has not had a card pulled, or anybody who would like a full reading today. Just a reminder, it is 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, being semi-lio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Excellent. Oh, you're also Cancer, Haley. That's awesome. Good vibes. 1 card, highest priority, please. I feel like there's circumstances circumstances or situations right now. The thing is, I need to point out, like, a lot of feelings from the past potentially coming back up right now. Um, Make sure that you're focusing on your manifestation goals. Prioritize energy that prioritizes me and wants the same things as me. Yeah, right. Again, especially with the moon card in its reversal, I keep hearing working through circumstances or situations. Feelings do not replace directions. Feelings do not fix things, directions do. So if someone's coming towards you right now, articulating feelings, make sure that there are directions attached to those feelings. Yeah, especially with the adder energy, right? It's not enough to say to someone, like, not somebody being like, I still think about you, being like, of course you do, but what are the directions? I almost see you being like thinking about it, I think it's like it's not about somebody feeling energetically connected to us. It's about what the direction is of the connection, right? Being able for another person to be like, I can't stop, being like, well, that's something you should address. Like if you can't stop doing something, maybe you should put some directions to it, is what I keep on seeing. Priscilla, one card, please. All right. We've got the Queen of Pentacles in its upright. So I feel like, I mean, this is saying to me that I feel like this is you getting more, like getting more stable about something or working through something in a way that you're like practicality can often create the ground by which something can become inspiring. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with especially with the 8 of Pentacles in its reversal. Like I feel like this is you, like I keep on hearing there's no going back to the drawing board on something. You know? Like I feel like this is you like navigating a block. But like I keep on hearing like sometimes the way that we navigate a block is by, like, I don't know why I keep on hearing sometimes the way we overcome a block is by retracing our steps, is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the otter energy, right? Like it's saying, I don't know what that is right now. But I feel like, I don't know if this is a creative block that you're navigating, but I just keep on hearing the best way to overcome it is to retrace your steps through something. Thank you. All right. I got you on the list per and creative. One card general, please. We've got King of Wands in its reversal. So I feel like this is you recognizing what feels like a productive conversation versus someone that just wants your attention. Right? No captivating conversation. So not somebody who wants to like, not somebody who's just trying to like talk to you to make sure that you're still talking. You know what I mean? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like you see that with the 8 of Wands. Like communication with direction, not feeling like somebody someone who continues to argue with you can often be the energy of someone who just wants to make sure that there's still something between you, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, like the crane energy. Where's this going? What can we work to resolve it? Not have no arguments for the sake of arguing, but making sure that someone's not arguing, like not someone who's not coming towards us in an argumentative way just to get our energetic attention, is what I keep on seeing. Right? Being like you saying to someone like, how can I help you? What are you seeking? Like how do we resolve this? Is what I keep on seeing. Oh, thank you, Esteban. Have a great day, dear. All right, we're going to continue right now. The next person on the list is Per. Per, can you, I'm going to pin them up here. Before we continue, though, we are going to do, hold on a minute. And for anybody else, we've got readings back, so please hold your question. Okay. All right, and I'm going to do Avatar's question first, because before we get started on it, because I just saw it. Okay, so Avatar, one card angelic guidance on the interview. Ooh. Yeah, I feel like there's something important in relationality to, I feel like it's interesting because I feel like there's something about them not being completely exactly sure what they're looking for. So I feel like make sure that you're responding quickly to them in relationality to questions is what I keep on seeing. Like it's saying to me, like I keep wondering something about you articulating or amplifying your energetic interest. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I don't know if there was something that they asked for to see. Like I see like something about you getting that back to them very quickly is what I keep on getting. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, you got two here. The adder and the ram in its reversal, right? So I feel like I keep wondering, make sure that you're responding quickly in terms of what they're energetically asking for is what I keep on seeing. Or even like, I don't know why they're saying like something about an additional question that you may have, particularly around locationality. You know, I feel like there's almost something about it that they tried to clarify to you in the interview, and you basically making sure to say to them like that's not going to be an issue is what I keep on seeing, you know? All right. Oh, it fell into your lap. Thank you for confirming. Oh, creative, sending you support. Okay, anyway, Per's writing out the question anyway. All right, again, just checking if there's anyone else who has a one card right now who needs a one card. Also, just a reminder, if you'd like to get on the list right now, I can probably take one more person today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also at 70.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, and we'll get to 100K in no time. And also, just a reminder, if you became a super fan today and would like access to our superfan only disco channel, just may go ahead and send me a disco gift and I will send you that invitation. If you would like to get a discount code for our class program, that we'll be having another class next week, message me the word class. And if you would like to get information on the trip that we're planning for August, message me the word trip. Thank you, Megan, for the follow. All right, let's get to it. Excellent. And Per, just confirming if you had the question listed yet. Excellent. I see you, dear. Are we doing a general reading, or do you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? General. Okay. On the disco. Hold on a minute. All right, and before we continue, let's warm up those intuition muscles with an intuition check. Thank you so much, Hardy, for those gifts. I appreciate you. I've got the Animal Spirit Guide card here. We're going to count back from 10, and when we get to 1, I'll reveal the card. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Blackbird. Thank you guys for participating. We'll do it again after the next reading. Okay, where were we? All right, and I'm going to pin up. Okay. I'm pinning up Per here. Guys, make sure to give Per some love. Is this inside tea or outside tea? It's Per so goose. That's very funny. You guys. Outside, okay. Ooh, what a good question. Okay, here we go. I'm still friends with one of my exes, 100% platonic from my side. Um, and a lot of people disapprove, but I really don't care about other opinions. We were friends in the relationship as well, so why not now? What I do care about is the opinion of my guides and higher self. Is the friendship blocking my growth? I don't feel like it does, but I'm curious. What a beautiful question. Can I get 4 cards, please? And 2 more. You know, the thing I keep on seeing is, and I think the most important thing that we're picking up upon here is, as long as they are in mutuality, in relationality to the fact that there is no possibility of potentially coming back together, then I keep on seeing the opinion of another person being energetically triggered by it is, I keep on hearing it's hard because I keep on seeing the space by which it may be bringing up another person's need for shadow work, is what I keep on getting. Because there, I keep on hearing like your higher self is recognizing the fact that there's something important to be understood in the space of what we describe as conscientious uncoupling, which is those modalities or experiences by which we can look at another person and say, I care about you, but we're not necessarily well matched, right? We can have those experiences by which we look at one another and say, have nothing but care for you, but we've got different manifestation goals. We've got different ways that we energetically go about things, right? The modality or the experience by which we acknowledge and accommodate that, you know, as long as it's healthy, then that's something that is beautiful. It's something that is aspirational. Your higher self is saying that that is something that is absolutely a reality in the space by which they energetically occupy. The hard part is, I see the difficulty is it's shadow work central for everybody who's experiencing it. Because if they're the energy that's still harboring feelings, right? If there's the energy, if they're the energy that has not worked through their own shadow properly, right? The ability to see, right? The ability to see you in a modality by which you and another person are energetically healed enough to be able to like witness each other's path work, but not be intimately entangled. I feel like it's almost like, I feel like it's bringing out others' triggers because and this is what's happened sometimes. The modality or the experience of another person recognizing that they're not energetically ready to do that, right? And I keep on hearing some situations don't warrant that. Typically, situations that don't warrant that are modalities or experiences wherein there's been some kind of gross violation, right? Like that's often the space by which you can't build into. Like a lot, and that's the thing I keep on getting because they're articulating that in relationships where there are gross violations, friendship is never an energetic option. Or simultaneously, the space by which another person wants to maintain a connection and the other person articulates that they don't, there's no space by which a friendship can be navigated. There's a lot of different, I keep on hearing not all separations are alike, but I keep on hearing that the separation, if the separation between you and another person was exceptional, right? The separation that feels energetically exceptional, wherein you and another person articulated the fact that you do not aspire, and this is the important thing, you do not aspire to come back into union, then there's nothing energetically wrong with you continuing forward in the capacity of that friendship. Now, the one thing I keep on seeing And this has to do with the determination point of the energetic connection. Making sure you, and I need to stress this, because one of the things that you said, and this is what's important, you said you're not, if there's a question mark, if there's a question mark on their energetic intentions, if there's a question mark there, then it is not necessarily healthy. Because what you want to avoid, right? Like making sure that there's no, I keep hearing making sure that there's no question mark, making sure that there's absolute clarity in relationality to what you are effectively aspiring for in the relationship, which is, like I said, you building into healthy friendship, right? The space by which you feel the energetic contentment point in relationality to what you aspire for, and them sharing the same modality or experience. And in the same way, making sure, like I said, like the important thing you want to prepare is make sure that's not happening, is them potentially holding a candle for you in some way, right? Not some kind of modality by which they're building forth in such a way that they aspire back into connection. But I keep on hearing, like, as long as you're doing the work to be able to articulate that in a healthy way, and I keep on hearing potentially even facilitating conversations with those around you as to why they feel the way that they do, right? I keep on getting that the one thing that you want to make sure is occurring between you and them is the integrity of intention, right? And the integrity of intention is one that is amplified and articulated in the space by which you identify and recognize to another the like, I keep on hearing, like, being very clear upon the fact that that friendship is a friendship and isn't necessarily going to go any further, because the one thing you want to make sure about is not someone who's potentially trying to energetically overstep, right? And I don't see that here. Like, I gotta stress, everything I'm seeing here, like, I'm not seeing like something here that feels like I don't see anything here that feels like concerning. But I do see, like, what I do see that's potentially happening is potentially a lot of energy around you that has not, I keep on hearing, like energy around you that's working through their own wounds via V. And I keep on hearing the way you can usually tell someone's projecting is when you articulate something and someone goes, I could never do that. Right? I could never do that. Right? And I keep on hearing, like, the pronouncement of someone going, I could never do that, and another person being like, can you go into detail about it? And that's why I keep on hearing there are different circumstances to separation. And I keep on hearing you can't build friendship with energy that feels like there's a violation, right? The space by which we feel energetically violated is often not the space by which we can build a healthy energetic friendship point, because it's the recognition of feeling energetically betrayed by another. Simultaneously and similarly, the experience or the circumstance or situation by which another person articulates their desire to exit a relationship while another person would rather continue within one, that is also a situation by which there's an inviability point in building a friendship, because that creates the confusion point in another person that never wanted to leave the relationship in the first place. But if they're the one condition I see that allows for healthy clarity in friendship is the space by which you and another person are mature enough to say, we care about each other, but we're terrible together, right? like the energy, like the maturity that it takes, right? Like the maturity that it takes to be able to say to another person, I care about you, but we are not well adjusted to be together, right? As long as that feeling is energetically mutual, then it's okay to be able to move into the space of building into a friendship with the articulation point of the understanding of not feeling the energetic wound, right? Not trying to repair something, but feeling the sense of connection facilitated upon the fact that you still find something energetically like the I keep wondering, the love doesn't go away, and that space by which you're able to navigate that in the observation of being able to facilitate a healthy connection without feeling the need to throw oneself on each other, right? Is what I keep on seeing. Like that is potentially triggering others who may not necessarily have experienced a healthy separation in that nature. Bottom of the deck on the reading, especially with the Empress card in its reversal, it's hard, right? It's triggering. And it's potentially triggering to those who feel the inability of being able to do so. But I feel like one of the things that can kind of help, one of the things that might be able to help others with the fact that they feel triggered by seeing it is being able to articulate. I keep on hearing the exceptional nature of a separation that allowed something to be possible, is what I keep on getting, right? Like the modality by which you can articulate. And I keep on hearing the modality by which you can energetically articulate that you are like that you and them are both in the space by which you recognize that this is what feels better, right? It's I keep on hearing conscientious. I keep on hearing the higher self saying conscientious uncoupling is not only possible, but it's profound, because the ability to understand. I keep wondering, like the ability to understand the nuance of being energetically intimate with another, but then still being into the space by which you articulate the fact that once we even if we recognize that we have different manifestation goals, the love doesn't go anywhere. We still care about each other. Like it's I keep on hearing it's a credit. It's a credit to you because it's articulating upon the fact, right? And I keep on hearing it's articulating upon the fact that you're able to disambiguate in that way, but understanding, and I keep on seeing, it might make others feel insecure, right? It could make others insecure. And even in the space, like I keep on hearing, it's willing, it's ability, the ability to have a conversation upon it, right? The ability to conversate. Like I keep on hearing that the best way to help heal it is by articulating to someone how little of a deal it is, right? And I keep on saying for some, I keep on hearing you have to understand for some, for some coming into relationship, it might make another person feel energetically insecure, right? It almost feels like something that you'll have to kind of address, like as you're moving into partnership, to assess how another person feels about it, is what I keep on seeing. Because I keep on getting that modality of experience of understanding how I keep on saying some energy has been hurt before. I keep on saying energy without, you have to understand, energy without integrity. This is what I need to stress. Energy without integrity often has the tendency of trying to articulate to another that someone is a friend, and they leave out the word benefits, right? The space by which another person is potentially carried a wounds. A lot of energy has been wounded with energy that lacks integrity, that articulates upon the fact that someone is friends, but there's nothing friendly about it, right? I keep on hearing, like if there's something, I keep on hearing, if there's something physical happening, then it's not friends at all. There's something like, again, the disambiguation of someone trying to call something friends, but clearly isn't, because there's more intimacy there. And so I feel like that's the space by which you have to kind of work in the space of understanding that you may potentially encounter others who have been wounded before by energy that lacked integrity, that said, oh, there's nothing to worry about. They're just a friend, failing to recognize the fact that there was nothing energetically friendly about it. So I feel like even in the space by which you're able to articulate to another in relationality to, like, I keep on hearing you being like, the more that you're able to amplify that, right? is like, I feel like it's helping others understand. I feel like you having to say to someone like, no, no, it really is. Like, there's nothing like you. I feel like it's hard because you have to like continue to put like a capital mark on it in terms of saying to someone like, no, it's not like that at all. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very calm. And you might have to recognize that some energy might say that they're not comfortable with it, right? Because it could feel like it could create like a space of insecurity. I feel like it's your it's both of your responsibilities to articulate that as you're coming into connection. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Per. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is now closed, but I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I see that. Okay. I feel nothing sus. Yeah. Hold on a minute. Ooh, you have a major opinion on this. I like it. Hot button issue. Hot button issue. I love this. Hold on. Okay. Yes. Hold on a minute. Just reading over. Megan, the list is closed today, dear. Okay. Yes. Let's see if I'm right here. From a spiritual to spiritual. Again, Megan, I'm afraid the list is closed today. And the same thing, Lachelle. I think there is mutuality. In 2 years in time, I haven't heard about wanting something more. So again, like you said, it's been going on you've been in this space for a long time. It doesn't feel like there's any energetic pressure to change something. So like I said, like it's working through the space of recognizing that there's that like under that balance and relationality to it. Yeah, them not working through their shadow might be a thing. I'm very clear about my intentions. Yes. I would rather not. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, again, it's awkward. I don't think it's the space by which you don't have to awkward. If you haven't seen any indication of it, it's safe to reason the fact that everything's like that's how they feel about it too. It's been 2 years. How can they be aspiring for more? I just can't imagine. I know they care. I've not dated yet, but I make jokes about finding my counterpart. Yeah, I have a major opinion on this. It's been 2 years with X. Tries to reach out. Time doesn't matter. And this is what I mean in relationality to this, right? The difference between someone trying to energetically connect. Some things we can't connect back on, right? Some things it hurts too much, and that's okay too. It doesn't require. It's not friendship is not the requirement of something healthy. It's understanding the nature by which something's separated in the first place. So there's some energy we separate, being like it's like I wish you the best. We're not going to be friends, but I wish you the best nonetheless, right? Yeah, if you're relying on each other emotionally, that is blocking you from moving on. That's a good point. That's a very good point, Nikki. I totally agree with that. You want to make sure that you're not offloading the emotional support onto one another because that would be like a relationship in situ. Yeah, nothing sus, no strings attached to the past. I think it's important to note how in depth the friendship is. There's no relying on each other. So there you go. Exactly. They appreciate your advice, and they were the one that was leaving. Mm-hmm. I'm not wanting him back. So it was more. And so again, it's a mature friendship that doesn't get erased in the fact that you used to have an intimacy point. But it is something that you should bring up to others who might feel insecure about it. Yeah, I'm just saying I think if you were or he were to find another, well, and that's what I meant in terms of being able to calibrate for being able to prepare another person in terms of feeling their own sense of comfortability about it. Everyone thinks it's well, and that's what I said, right? The fact that they feel like it's friends with benefit is their shadow work showing. That's their shadow work, not your shadow work. Yep. I like that. Don't worry about what others can't understand as long as you're both on the same page. Hmm. Well, and I think that that's a respective conversation that may have to happen at one point. They would do that, right? They would cause usually new partners or against such a friendship. I've been there. I've always accepted ex-partners to be friends with exes. It's just a friendship. Well, and that's you navigating something from a place of maturity. Yeah, I'm fine by letting the friendship go if their new partners are against it, but that's even more of an amplification of what a good friend you are. Like, do you see what a good friend you are? Even in the space by which you'd be respective of that, that shows how much you care about that person, right? Yep. Absolutely. All right, my friends, we've reached the conclusion of the reads today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing them. We will be back for full readings on Monday. If you want to sign up for those at our usual time, 7 a.m. PST, 10 a.m. Eastern. If you'd like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my profile and activate the bell there, and that'll activate notifications. You can also register directly for that event. I'm going to do my best to come on over the next couple of days to do one card readings for subscribers. I'll be keeping you updated on my schedule through the disco. If you became a super fan today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to make sure to message me a disco gift, and I'll send you the invitation to the disco. If you would like a coupon code on our class, message me the word class. And if you'd like to learn more information on our trip, message me the word trip. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and being a part of these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. I hope you guys have a beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.